Okay, I'm missing a mic here, or it's very low. One of the two. Test 1, 2. Check, check, check. A little louder. Okay, for those online, thank you for being patient. We're going to get started in just a few minutes, but I had to put together about 500 PowerPoint slides and trying to run everything else, and I'm getting there. So be patient with me for a few minutes while I get everything set up. And by the way, we're probably not going to go through all 500, just to let you know. Well, maybe, I don't know, we'll see. What is wrong with this thing? Okay, select all. And then what? Let's go more. Okay. Agree. Yeah, trying to figure out why this thing isn't working. And Test 1, 2. Check, check, check. Okay, I'm going to get out of the bathroom. All right, perfect. Okay, I think we're good. We probably need to bring it down just a tiny bit. We're getting some feedback. And so, hello everybody online. This is amazing. This is fun to be here. And I think we're ready to go. We got everything good, Kyle? Yep. Sweet. Okay. Still too loud? Just a little bit less. Okay, tell me when it's good. Does that sound good? Okay, does the microphone look good? Okay, do I look good? Okay. We'll have to do it. That was corny. That was so corny. All right. Okay, we are on entertainment and now entertainment. We are on entertainment. Entertainment sounds pretty weird, right? Okay, we're starting up entertainment and education when it comes to long-term emergencies. So I'm going to open up the question to you. Why is entertainment and education so important during emergencies? And I'm going to have the microphone go around. What would you say? Oh, let's start over. We're going to have to go faster. Okay, come on up here, or when you're ready. Okay, so I'm going to get started. Just make sure you're out of the just a little bit, but walk quickly when we get it going. So because I have to edit a lot, and if I'm standing here a lot, it's like, oh. Okay, so we are starting up entertainment and education. And before we get started, I know all of you have things you love to do, like different types of entertainment, skydiving, who knows what, right? And you love to read things, you like to get educated, go to YouTube, find your favorite videos, all those different things. Now, during a long-term emergency, you might not have access to the internet. What do we do, right? Especially teenagers, like no video games and everything else online. What do you do, right? And so in a long-term emergency, you need to stay entertained, you need to stay educated, especially the longer and longer it goes. Sometimes it's for you, sometimes it's for your family. So I'm going to turn over the video to you guys. And I'm going to have you tell me why it's so important to have education and entertainment. Nobody talks about this in preparedness, barely ever. So I'm going to have you guys tell me a few. Let's go and start right here.
Well, I really feel like education is really important, particularly if you have kids. And playing games with dice helps them be able to count, to negotiate things, and that I just feel it's very important.
Absolutely. Right here. Take it. There you are.
Absolutely, your mental health.
Yeah.
So you don't become depressed. I was thinking what I would do is I would teach them other skills.
Yeah.
How to use tools, stay alive, build a fire, forage, all kinds of things to stay busy. So you don't just sit there and go, woe is me, and
absolutely.
die
And
in a heap.
when you read about these emergency situations where people are just trying to handle the cold or the heat or no power or quietness, crazy. Just quietness, because we're so busy. They start thinking a lot, and a lot of them do get depressed, suicidal sometimes. And so it's so important to keep your mind engaged, not only for psychology, right, psychological reasons, but social reasons and everything else, right? You need that during an emergency. Maybe let's go one more. Go ahead.
I think you need to have something for laughter, because laughter is a real hefty medicine.
Absolutely, you got it. You know, some of the things I put down are even joke books, magic tricks, right? Things to have fun and laugh with, you know, puppets, entertainment, so many different things you can do. So I'm going to encourage you guys to use the checklist inside the book. I mean, I put a ton of stuff in there. And we're going to start with hobbies. I mean, there's so many things you can do, and you got to save up supplies and everything for hobbies. You got art, you got drawing and painting, you've got poetry and sewing, right? You like that one, huh? And then you got crocheting and baking, collecting things. I mean, you can collect rocks, you can do so many different things during an emergency, and you have astronomy, you can have a telescope and be looking up there and showing your kids all the cool stars up there, scrapbooking, music, composing, train sets. How many of you have ever done train sets? If you have enough power for an emergency, isn't that awesome? You know, just be able to do a train set and do all the little tracks and change it up and everything else. You got genealogy, woodworking, you got jewelry making, journaling, cooking. That's one of my favorites. If somebody's really good at cooking, that's an awesome hobby to have. And so, go ahead.
That's if you've met all the other criteria.
That's true, huh? If everything else is in place, right? And then you can enjoy the foods, right? Exactly. So go ahead and take a look at this list. Take a look at this list. Go ahead and take a look at this list online. And actually on the screen. Go ahead and take a look at this list and pick the things that really pertain to you. You can also use the workbook to be able to figure out what you want to be able to get prepared for an emergency. Next is going to be outdoor activities, and there's a ton of them. You see some of the stuff behind me. I mean, we've got frisbees, we got balls, we got right here cornhole sets. There's so many things you can be doing outdoors. Why is it important to go outdoors? The endorphins, the sun, right? The fresh air, getting out of the house, especially if there's no circulation or it's hot or cold, too cold in there, right? You get in the sun a little bit, you get some radiant heat, even in the winter. Yeah, vitamin D during the summer months, right? You can get a whole bunch of that as well. You can play horseshoe, cornhole, lawn bowling. You can do outdoor sports like soccer, my favorite, right? You can do volleyball, anything you want to. Horseback riding, it's one of your favorites, right? Tag. What is it? Tag, yeah, tag. Exactly, just tag games, simple games that we would play as kids. Red Rover, right? Sidewalk chalk, huh? Kick the can. Yeah, flying kites. That's really relaxing. Hiking is one. There's a bunch of them, and I've got it on another list, and I'm going to show you that in a sec. But hiking, fishing, there's so many things you can be doing, right? Just to be able to get your mind off of it. Bird watching, playing at a local park, or playing in your backyard if you have a swing set. Cross-country skiing, bug hunting. The little kids, go find some bugs, right? You can do surfing, boating, rollerblading, ice skating, just goes on and on. So I'm going to have you guys take a look at this list online. Okay, take a look at this list, look at the workbook, and I want you to stop the video if you need to and check the things that you would like to get prepared ahead of time for an emergency, for a long-term emergency, so you're ready with all the different types of outdoor activities that you love. Now we're going to go, obviously, to indoor activities. Okay, we have board games, we have card games, dice games, dart boards, you got Pictionary, you have storytelling, puppets, crafts, all types of crafts. You have glue and glitter and everything else you can do. In-house miniature golf, have you ever thought about that? You know, just get it in there and make your own little setup, and you can have some pretty fun times for those of you who love to golf. You have erector sets and musical instruments. You notice back here I've got different games, and you got musical instruments. Just such an amazing thing to have. You can have all these, from harmonicas to guitars, you can have all these different types of musical instruments. MP3s, if you have some electricity, you got MP3s and movies. You can download the movies or have DVDs. You can do reading, fun books or joke books, right, that we talked about. You can read journals, go through old journals or look at old pictures, right, of your family and talk about those things, the fun times. Remember the fun times. Remember the fun times, right? And it just brings you right back to where you're at today. You can do crossword puzzles, you can do brain teasers. There's so many things you can do indoors, and I'm going to encourage you to figure out what those are. So I'm giving you a huge list right here, and you can look through it and just mark all the things in your workbook that you absolutely love and you'd love to have before an emergency. And I encourage you to even use it before an emergency, right? So get it before an emergency, but use it before an emergency as well. Then we get to education and learning. And you can have educational and learning tools, all types of things. There's so many different ways of doing it. You can have all types of books. Some people want theological books, right? They want scriptures. I'm going to start that part over, sorry. Then it gets to education and learning tools. There's so many ways. Then we get to education and learning tools. There's so many different ways to do that. You can tell me all the different things. In fact, I don't think I'm going to open it up too much. I'm going to keep going. Then we get to education and learning tools. That is so important during a long-term emergency. I mean, your comfort books, right? The things you love to read, the things you love to learn, the things you love to talk about. Maybe it's politics, maybe it's religion, maybe you have scriptures. Maybe you have theology books, or download classes and lectures on your computer before the internet goes down, and just use your power bank to be able to power that type of stuff, or your solar panels or whatever else. You can have self-improvement books. Man, I wanted to do that all in one take because I'm not going to use my screen. So would you mind if I did it again? I'm going to get this right because I'm going to be showing myself, if that's okay. Awesome. Then we get to education and learning tools. Now we get to education and learning tools, and there's so many different ways to do that. You want to pick your favorite books, your favorite subjects, things you love to learn, things you love to be able to share with your family. So you have scriptures sometimes and theology books. You have downloaded classes or lectures onto your computer that you can watch anytime you want to, self-improvement books, history books, health and medical books. You have art books, performing art books, geology, geography, food science, nutrition, foraging books, survival books, parenting courses, foreign languages, cookbooks, classical literature, craft making books, and craft making tools as well, along with the supplies, right? And there's so many different things. So I've got this huge, gigantic list for you. I took a whole bunch of time to be able to help you with those ideas. So I'm going to have you take a look at this list, and I'm going to have you pause the video if you need to, and mark the things that you would love to have in possession. And I recommend you have a lot of physical books, right? Physical books, things that you can actually read, not just online stuff in case you cannot get to any electronics. So go ahead and decide how you're going to entertain and educate yourself and your loved ones in a long-term off-grid emergency situation. And let's go ahead and get to the next video. We got that one done. All right, you guys, awesome. We got one done. Yep. Let's take everything off the table and let me figure out what we're going to do next. Was that okay, you guys? Did that turn out okay?
I was saying, and it's good to read books because
Yes.
I know you're on here. Reading a book physically is really good for everything.
Absolutely. It engages the mind like nothing else, right? I need my glasses again. Whoa, you picked up that whole thing by yourself? Oh my goodness, that's amazing. That is amazing. Okay, let's see what we're going to do next. And we might do tools. That's a good idea. Let me just see what else I have, and let's figure it out. You know, go ahead and do tools. Let's do it. Okay, so I'm going to have you guys look through the list ahead of time, and if there's any specific tools or anything you love, yeah, that's a good idea. Anything else that has to do with tools? What did I bring that for? Oh, that's right, storing extra supplies. That's what it was. Okay, so I think we're good on that. I'm going to have you guys take a look at.
You have baling wire?
I don't have it up here, but I do.
I do in my truck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is a great thing. So you guys pick some of the tools. I'm going to have you guys look through these and just kind of what are the most important utility supplies or practical tools that you guys would want during long-term emergencies. And I'm going to just give you guys a few of the things I'm going to be mentioning, just a few things. You can look through this big list if you guys want to and maybe pick 2 or 3 things. And then I might call in a few people to say, oh yeah, what type of supplies, which are different than tools, okay? We got supplies. So this might be a supply, right? Okay, and a tool, obviously, is a little bit different. And sometimes they cross over. They're both a supply and a tool. So look at those, pick some things you would love. Okay, oh, that was really slow. I'm going to probably just bring up a few things as examples, and then we'll get into a big list of tools, practical tools. So if there's anything in particular you guys love, tool-wise, that you would want for emergency, I might ask a few people to do that. Tell me what it is, and then we'll decide on the utility items as the end. And then that's it. So, pretty easy, pretty quick. You guys, thank you so much. Seriously, like for being here. And this is awesome. Thank you for helping out so much. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Yeah? All right, we are on the next video where we're talking about utility supplies and practical tools. Really important to have to be able to build things, break things, whatever you need to do during an emergency to be able to create a better living situation and even sometimes save your lives, right? So I'm going to ask you guys before we get started, what kind of tools or utility supplies would you guys like? Before I even mention any, what kind of things would you want to have on hand during an emergency before an emergency actually happens?
Many, 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 many. But in addition to the cordless or the electrical operated, you need to have some manual tools.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like a manual saw and things that you can just
Manual
do.
drill,
You can have
right?
a brace and a bit, all those
Yeah.
things. Generator, of course, to recharge your products there, but the list is endless.
Yep,
Even some of the camping stuff would cross over for shelter outside.
absolutely.
Portable fire pit,
Yeah.
a lot of multi-application type products.
That is awesome. Thank you for bringing all that up.
I would need to have a book to tell me how to fix my electrical or my sink or my plumbing. So I need books as a tool.
Yeah, and we talked about the education before, and that's really important. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Get a neighbor, exactly. Let's go maybe one more. Who else has a tool or anything that you guys would want to have on hand or some type of supplies? Let's go right here.
A roll of Visqueen.
Absolutely. You can do so much with Visqueen. So that is awesome. Thank you for bringing that up. So I'm going to encourage you again, use your workbooks to be able to figure out all the things that we're going to be talking about today. There's a ton of checklists in the workbook, and you're going to be able to use that to narrow down what you want. Now, we start with utility supplies, and utility supplies sometimes can cross over as tools, and tools can sometimes cross over as utility supplies. Now, utility supplies could include Visqueen, for example, like you talked about, or duct tape or electrical tape, like you talked about. We have sealants and glues, and we have extra plywood you can have on hand, extra metal if you want, extra metal foam boards. We have screws and nails and nuts and bolts and WD-40 if you can't unscrew that bolt, right? We have spray paints and ready mix concrete, bungee cords, wire, wall anchors. We have work gloves, dust masks, ropes, twine, and there are so many different things. Go ahead.
Since concrete is my specialty, that type of product, you have to keep it away from moisture. Because might have a bag out in the shed, but it won't be long before it goes
boom.
hard.
Exactly, and that's a really good point. If you're going to save something like that up, put it in a gasket sealed plastic bucket. So thank you for bringing that up. I know some people will have that on hand because it can come in handy in so many different ways. And so thank you for bringing that up. Awesome.
Say hand tools, hammers. You
Yeah.
don't have that kind of thing. You didn't name any.
Yeah, and that's going to, when we get to the tools, we're going to talk about that. Okay, awesome. So here on the screen, we have a bunch of utility items that you can look at, utility supplies, and you can decide which ones are important. Excuse me. Can somebody give me water, by the way? Is Celeste here still? Here, you need to stay here.
Okay.
Celeste, are you here? Okay, if you can go grab some water, that'd be awesome. Okay, on the screen right here, we have a whole bunch of utility supplies. I've made this list for you so it can save you some time. Go ahead and check mark all the things that you would want ahead of time before an emergency. And if there's any other ones you want to add, feel free to add them in the workbook right there and go ahead and get them. We're going to talk about utility supplies. We're going to talk about practical tools as well. Let's talk about practical tools as well. You can have screwdrivers, you can have hammers, you can have wrenches, axes, picks, shovels, saws of all types, extra saw blades. You can have clamps and vice grips and chisels and files and tin snips and ladders and multimeters and soldering guns, and you can have drills and extra drill bits and measuring tape and levels, all these different things that you can use in an emergency to be able to build things if you need to, or repair things if you need to during an emergency. So take a look at this list right online and decide the things that you want in your practical tools, and decide the things that you want as practical tools for emergencies, and try to get those before an emergency actually happens. Thank you. Let me grab that. Awesome. Let me just get a little bit of water. It's so funny you can hear me gulp. All right, that's perfect. Okay, so before we get to the next video, make sure you get that assignment done. Get all those things in place. Even if you can't purchase the things today, put down the things you want to purchase, put them in a priority list, and one by one just start getting that stuff until you're able to get it over the next month, week, year, whatever, until you get everything in place. Let me do this. So before we get to the next video, remember to actually act on each video. Don't pass it up. A lot of people, what they'll do is watch the video and just, let me try that again. I'm trying to get it so that I don't have to edit it. All right, before we get to the next video, I'm going to encourage you actually to finish what you need to do. Before we get to the next video, I'm going to encourage you to actually make these lists. I don't want you passing up these videos just to get them done. I want you actually to get the assignments finished so that you can at least make a list, even if you can't purchase the items today. And you can prioritize that list, and you can prioritize that list so you can actually go once, so you can actually buy things one at a time until you finish it up. So make sure you do these things, make sure you get the assignments done, and let's get to the next video. Okay, I think that's going to be good enough for me to edit in, and I think that's it. Did I have something else? Gather and store extra supplies. That's something else. Okay. All right. Was that okay, or did I miss something? Is anything? I'd let you guys talk a bit. I don't think I missed anything, right? Okay, cool. All right, let's get all this stuff off. Okay, Kyle, I'm gonna need you to get really close to me because I'm finishing up a video from before, and the video had stuff on the table, and I don't want to show the table stuff. Like, I don't want to show that the table stuff is gone. So if you can kind of, I'll try to stay up here. Do you want me to get up closer or further away? This perfect right here, right? Okay, so let me do that. Oops, I need. Tell it seriously. It's oh, perfect. It's okay. I wouldn't touch it. Perfect. Oh, thank you. That's exactly what I was thinking. Hopefully it doesn't go that low, right? Oops, I forgot to do this. Let me just save as. Let's go class. Class. All right. Yeah, we're just gonna fix a few things from last week, and let's see. We're just gonna do this right here, and then. Okay, I'm just gonna put a slide in here to stop right there, and. I'll move this stuff out. Okay. How many of you guys were here last week when we did this? The electricity. Okay. So that is where we're going to start. I spent the last week simplifying electricity. And those of you who were here last week, you know that we went pretty deep, and you're probably not going to remember everything. Let's do this. I'm going to get this out of here in case it ends up turning on. Okay. But how many of you were here last week? I can't remember. So 1, yeah, 2. Okay. Then we're going to go a little bit deep into this stuff. And then if you guys can give me your energy and everything, I mean, this is a hard subject. And so we're going to try to get through this. And the problem is a lot of you guys weren't here for the beginning part of this lesson. So you might not understand a lot of stuff I'm going to say here, so just pretend to, if that's okay. With that in mind, we talked about, I'm going to just catch you up a little bit. We actually went through a whole bunch of power things, and then we took some time to understand electricity. So we understood watts and volts and, you know, amps and a whole bunch of different things. How many of you guys know, like, Just out of curiosity, you know about that stuff? Do you know about amps, volts, watts, all that stuff, right? How much would you say you guys know about it? Like the people that weren't here, what's your level of knowledge?
I worked on the house basement and stuff like that.
Okay.
Pull wires.
Pull wire. So you know how a lot of stuff. So you've been able to learn some pretty good things, not how to get shocked, right? Everything, yeah. Professionally, know how to get shocked, right? And what about you guys? Okay, not too much. That's okay. So the cool thing about it is I'm recording this so that anybody can watch it at any time, and they'll be able to set up solar arrays and everything else. What about you guys? He's a little bit more in the electricity.
Oh, major.
Really?
I blacked the house out by playing in the breaker box.
Awesome. Yeah, you blacked out the box. I know how to turn. Yeah, I know how to.
An insulated skirt.
That's really funny. Oh, I love it. Okay, so what we're going to cover, I'm going to show you guys, is we're going to cover solar panels. I'm going to talk about the best solar panels to have, how to read a solar panel on the back, what to look for. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about what's called volts. Volts is pressure. And I'm going to talk about series, and then like the World Series right up there. And then I'm going to talk about parallel, how you set up parallel stuff. So I'm going to show you what that means. Series is kind of like this, all the way around. That's series. And then parallel would be like this. Okay? So then we're just going to go through and I'm going to show you guys how to do all this stuff. Now, I'm going to have you guys calculate a few things, so get your calculators out. All right? And I'm going to have you guys figure out the way to set up a solar array. Okay? What I'm going to teach you guys is the following. Volts, when you add them, they increase. Okay? So you put something in series, like a solar panel, like a big solar panel, even if it folds up. Okay, a solar panel is called an array, and I'll talk about that. If you put those in series, in other words, wire, and then bring the wire back around, you increase what's called the volts, which is the pressure of the current, okay, of the electricity. That just means like if you had a water balloon underneath you, and you put a little baby on the water balloon, that's so much pressure. But you put an elephant on that, that's a lot more pressure. Okay, that's the volts. Now the amps is the current. So you have a little stream of water or you have a big river of water. That's called current. It's how many electrons are passing a certain point at every second. Okay, that's what an amp is. So when you put things in parallel, where you actually take, instead of going all the way around the circle, but you take an item, and then connect them like this. That's called parallel. All the negatives are together, all the positives are together at one time instead of negative, positive. When you do that, you increase the amps. Okay, so that's what we talked a little bit about last week, okay? And I'm going to go through this, and we're going to figure out how many volts and everything else. So you guys who have, do you have a calculator? Okay.
That's why you don't sit in the front row.
Yeah, I'm going to have you guys help me out here a little bit. But let's go ahead and go back. And
So a simple analogy, we're not recording, are we?
we are recording, but it's okay.
Simple analogy would be a flashlight where you have
Yeah,
batteries stacked.
exactly.
stacked
And that's what we taught it last week. We showed the batteries like that.
Yeah.
Okay. And what happens is this: you got a 1.5 volt and a 1.5 volt. You get 6 of those in series. What do you have? You have a 9-volt battery. That's what it is. And so a lot of times what they'll do in these little electronics is they'll have you put a battery in one way, and then the other way, and the other way, and the other way. What it's doing is it's putting it in series. Does that make sense? And then you got 9 volts. Okay, so there's just some pretty cool things about that. So I'm going to talk a little bit about it. And I've got to keep this here because I got to not show the stuff behind me. So you think you could do that pretty well, Kyle? Yeah. Okay, awesome. So we're just going to go for it and see what happens. Say again? Oh, so if I get back? Okay, so if you can imagine, I had a big power unit behind me up to about my shoulders. Does that make sense? So do you want to get my face close by? Okay. All right. Oh, and you're talking about getting the TV out, right? I see what you're saying. Yes. Okay, we're good. By the way, I talked about two things last week: continuous watts and watt hours. And I'm just going to give this to you guys for fun because this is just good to know for those of you who've missed last week. When it comes to batteries, there's a big, gigantic gimmick in the industry, and that's continuous watts versus watt hours. Continuous watts is how many watts can pass through that power unit at one time. Kind of like how fast can you go in your car before it tops out, right? You want to go fast forever because it's going to top it out and burn it out, right? Eventually. And then there's continuous watts, which is how much gas is in that gasoline tank. How far can you go with that battery unit? That's the difference between continuous watts and watt hours. The most important thing when it comes to try that one again. The most important thing when it comes to picking your power unit is going to be the most important thing when it comes to picking your power unit is going to be the watt hours. How long can you run things for? Not the continuous watts. And that's one of the biggest gimmicks in our industry, because what the companies out there will do is they'll convince you that you need all these watts, but they never tell you that there's two different types of watts. So they'll say it's a 2,000 watt system, but they're not telling you that it's a continuous watt system with 2,000 watts. And it might be 1,000 watt hours. And now you're getting gypped and you can't run your CPAP or your refrigerator or your freezer for very long because they didn't tell you the truth. I remember when I was looking into different companies to represent here in the store, we were selling the best ones I thought of, and they only give us like 10 to 15% margins. Let me back up a little bit. So I remember when I was trying to figure out what type of power units to actually promote here in the store, I was looking at all these different companies, and most of them out there, all the best ones, were giving me about 10 to 15% margins, which is nothing. If you're trying to run a business, after you pay credit card expenses, after you pay all the employees and everything else, you really can't make a living. You fall out of, your business falls apart pretty quickly. Well, what was interesting is I met with a company locally, and they said, you got to check out our power units. You got to check out our, let me do that again. I don't want to say power. So when I was trying to figure out the different companies we should work with, I ended up checking out this company locally, and they pulled me in and sold me on all this amazing stuff that they have. And I thought I was talking apple to apple with him because, when you're talking about continuous watts, nobody talks about that in the industry. We talk about watt hours. So here I am with the professional trying to sell me all this stuff, and I'm saying, okay, so how much power do I have in this unit? And he says, oh, it's 2,000, 3,000 units. I want to do it in one take, and I'm going to do this right. When I was trying to figure out what power units to actually supply here at the store, I went and met with a local company, and everybody was telling me how great they are. So I thought, okay, they must be pretty good. And I ended up looking at their units, and they looked awesome. They were huge, right? And which is a gimmick as well, because sometimes these solar power companies, what they'll do is put it in a big box. It makes you think that there's a lot more power. Now, the same unit with other companies that are more credible had smaller boxes. And when I looked at it later on, when I figured out what they were doing as far as the little kind of scam they were doing, right, I noticed that, wow, they have a lot of airspace inside there, right? And when I was talking to the sales guy, I thought we were talking continuous watts. And I think he thought that I knew that we were talking continuous watts. And he was telling me how much power and all this stuff, 2,000 watts, 2,000 watts. Well, he wasn't saying watt hours, right? He was saying watts. And I thought, okay, we're talking about watt hours. So I thought, okay, let's buy up a bunch and test it out, because I have a hard time selling things to people unless I test it out ahead of time. So I got about $10,000 worth of their stuff. I took it home, did all these load tests and everything else. I measured how much time. And when I ended up looking at the data, it was like less than half of the time that he was trying to sell me on. And I'm like going, this doesn't work. I mean, this is like 800 watt hours when he's telling me it's like 2,000 continuous watts or 2,000 watts, but he wasn't telling me continuous watts. So don't fall for that gimmick. There's people out there that are going to be selling you continuous watts when you should be asking about watt hours. Does that make sense? That's
Hours are the key.
yeah, exactly. That's the power to be able to run. It's the juice in the battery, right? To be able to power everything all night or all day or whatever you need during an emergency.
So what hours, how
Let's
many
go.
hours it will last at that particular wattage? Or
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, so watt hours is exactly, that's what, how long it's going to last with as much power as you're drawing from it. So that's exactly it. So now we're going to talk about solar panels, and this is going to get kind of fun because we're going to do a little bit of calculations. And just to let you know, the best solar panels out there are the best solar panels out there are the monocrystallines. They're better than the polycrystallines. And you can read on the slide right here the difference between the two, or go online and you'll learn a little bit more. When you get these panels, and it could look like this on the screen, the regular panels you see on a roof, right? Or it could be something that folds out or something you put on your backpack. Every panel is going to have certain parameters on the back, certain technical guidelines. And if you look at this one right here, the technical specifications, you'll notice that there's going to be a whole bunch of different things, but there's two that are really important when it comes to hooking up to a battery. And that's, first of all, wattage. How much wattage can come through that panel, okay, to be able to repower that battery. And number two is going to be the voltage. And that's called open circuit voltage, or VOC. And you'll notice right here in the screen, that's 37.6 volts. Remember, we were talking about volts is pressure, right? Amps is current, right? Volts is pressure. So remember, to be able to understand how to set up your solar arrays, and I haven't explained solar arrays yet. To be able to figure out how to set up your panels, we have to remember the series. We have to remember the lesson we gave about series and parallel. So just to remind you guys a little bit, when you put a battery together, negative to positive, right? You have 1.5 volts to 1.5 volts. It equals 3 volts. You got it, 3 volts. Okay? It's just like the series, right? We talked about the World Series where you have everybody on base, and the batteries are kind of going from, you know, the back to the front, all the way around, right? And that's called series. When we talk about parallel, it's a little bit different. It's like putting all the batteries standing up next to each other so they're all parallel. And instead of hooking up the negative to the positive, you're hooking up all the negatives and all the positives at one time. That's called parallel. And what that does is it increases the amps, where series increases the volts. So series increases the volts, not the amps. Parallel increases the amps and not the volts. You guys are getting this. Awesome. When we look at the panels right here, and I'll give you an example of series using panels, what you'll do is you'll take a wire and go from the power unit to the first panel, and then connect the negative to the positive, and then all the way back to the power unit. That's called series. Now, remember I said what series does, right? Yeah, it adds the volts, but not the amps. So if you have 3 of these panels, and say for example, just to keep it really simple, that all three of them are 50 volts apiece. How many volts is in this series? Okay, 150. You guys got it. Man, you guys are awesome. All right, let's do parallel. When you have the panels in parallel, and they can be up and down or side to side, it doesn't matter. Remember, you're connecting negatives and all the positives, right, at one time, just like those batteries right there on the screen. And when you connect those right there, okay, and you can use a Y connector to connect them. So you put a Y connector in between, and then you can connect all the different panels. When you do that, it increases the amps. You guys got it. So you have a 50 volt and a 50 volt. How many volts is this group of panels? 50. 50. Man, you guys are totally getting this. This is awesome. So let's do a mixture of the two. We're going to get a little bit tricky here. We're going to do it in series, and we're going to do it in parallel, and then I'm going to have you guys tell me how many volts. Then I'm going to have you guys, let me do this because I'm going to use this on screen. Am I okay, Kyle, still? Close up? Okay. All right, we're going to get a bit tricky here, and we're going to actually do series and parallel, and we're going to get a little bit tricky here, and I'm going to do series and I'm going to do parallel together, and you're going to figure out how many volts are in this system that we're setting up right here. Okay, we got 3 panels at the top, and we're going to connect them in series. Awesome, good job. Okay, and then we're going to do 3 panels underneath that, and we're going to connect them in series. Okay, we're going to do series again, actually. And then we're going to connect them in parallel. By the way, when you have these panels, whether they're the folded panels or single panels or whatever, and you put a bunch of them together, 2 or more together, it's called an array. So we have how many arrays here? 2 arrays. You got it. Now we're going to take these and we're going to put them in parallel. And I'm going to tell you that the first array is 150 volts. Yep, 3 times 50, right? Okay. And the second one is 152. Not 152. 150 also. So how many volts is this whole system right now? 150. You guys got it. Isn't that interesting? You guys are catching this. This is really complex stuff. This is hard for most people, and you guys are catching it this quickly. I'm going to give you 2 rules. First of all, don't do more than 2 arrays. The reason for that is because when we have all these in place and we do a parallel, 2 arrays in parallel, what does it increase? The amps or the current, and it gets too hot. So you don't want to do more than 2 arrays when you're setting this up. The second rule I'm going to give you is make sure you keep both arrays exactly the same. So don't put 2 panels on one and 3 on the other. Keep the voltage the same. So if it's 150 volts on the first one, you can do 150 volts on the second one. The exception to that rule is if your battery unit has 2 inputs for solar panels, then you can use different solar panel arrays and even different solar panels. Okay? But keeping it simple, say the battery unit only has 1 input. Always make sure if you're doing 2 different parallel units that they're exactly the same. Same panels, same amount of panels and everything else. Is that fair? Awesome. Good. All right, we're going to practice a bit. Okay, we're going to practice a bit, and we're going to start with voltage. I want you guys just to focus. I want you just to focus on voltage. To be able to set this, to be able to set up this practice, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of. To be able to set up this practice, I'm going to give you guys some parameters. I mean, I'm giving you 2 different battery setups, and we're going to look at the. And we're going to look at the volts, and we're going to look at the, hold on a sec. And we're going to look at the maximum input for these battery units. What that means is that you can put in 900 watts max into one of the units, and you can put 2400 watts max in the other unit. I'm going to explain what that max means. If I had 5,000 watts of power, for example, if I had, for example, 3,000 watts of power, let me just keep it simpler, sorry. If I had 1,500 watts of power, for example, from solar panels coming in, and I hooked it up to the one with 900 watts, can it handle it? The answer is yes. But it cannot take in more than 900 watts at one time. So if you're getting all these extra panels, you're just wasting money. And then if you were to do the same thing for the other one, say we put in 3,000 or 4,000 watts on the 2400 watt system, can it handle it? Sure, why not? But what's happening? Yeah, you're creating more watts than your battery can use. It's going to charge up okay and everything else, but it's just wasting a bunch of panels that you don't need to buy. So what happens is this: when you're buying the panels, I'm going to give you a little bit of a rule. What you're going to want to do is you're going to want to keep it pretty close to whatever the battery is rated, but go up about 20% because panels are usually pretty inefficient. Okay, they're going to lose probably about 20% of the capacity of bringing in power, and sometimes you're not putting them exactly south, or it goes from the west and you're not tilting it just right, or the winter sun's different than the summer sun, so you have to have it exactly where it's supposed to be. And my recommendation again is try to get about 20% over what the power is rated on the battery. Does that make sense? Okay, that way you're not wasting money. Now on the volts side, you'll see there's a minimum and a maximum. You never go under the minimum, you never go over the maximum. That's why we're focusing on volts first when we're setting up these solar arrays. Does that make sense so far? Okay, any questions? Any thoughts? Okay, It's making sense to you guys? Sweet. Okay, so in this one right here, on the left-hand side, we have 10 volts minimum, 145 volts maximum. On the right-hand side, 12 and 150. I'm going to give you 3 sets of panels, and we're going to throw these in the mix as I do this practice with you. We have one panel on the left, 200 watts, the middle, 350 watts, and 420 watts on the right. Then we have 26.1 volts, 46.5 volts, and 44.3 volts. Okay? I didn't need to put that little thing in at the bottom. All right, let's go ahead and maximize some volts in these systems. In this example right here, we have a solar input of 900 watts max and a voltage of 10 to 145. The panel's rated at 200 watts and 26.1 volts. And 26.1 volts. How many panels would we use on this system to be able to maximize it? Okay, you got it. 5. Good job. Yeah, you did it. You're doing awesome. So we have 26.1 volts times 5 goes up to 130.5, which is under the 145, right? So we're not going over it. If we did one more panel, what would have happened? It would have gone over. You guys got it? Let's do another one. Okay, this one right here. All right, this one right here, we have 900 watts max. We have 10 to 145 volts. And the power rating on the panel to bring in the power to the power unit is going to be 350 watts and 46.5 volts. How many panels can we do on this system? You got 3. You got it. That's exactly it. Right here, if you look at it, 46.5 volts times 3, 139.5 volts, which is still under the 145. You got it. Another one? You guys having fun with this? Okay, let's do another one. We have the same battery unit on the left, and we have on the right with the panels 420 watts and 44.3 volts. How many panels can we put up in this system? You guys got it? 3? Yeah, 3, right? Because we're talking about 132.9 volts. If we did one more, it would have gone over to 145.
And what happens if you go over? What's the power?
The volts you don't want to go over, but the watts you're allowed to go over. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but what happens if you go over? What penalty are you?
The world ends. And there's an implosion with a black star. I don't know all the reasons. But
Would it destroy your instrument? Or what?
I don't know. That's a good question. I've been told by professionals don't go over the volts. And I don't know all the electrical reasons, but they say be careful with the volts. So that's a great question. I don't know is the answer. But now you got me a question that I need to answer in the next week.
Yeah, what if I make a mistake and put 4 there? I mean,
Yeah, what'll happen, right?
Does the house blow up or what?
Yeah, well, the cool thing about this is if you do hook up too much, anything happens, there is a safety switch on this. It just turns off. So last week when I was getting prepared and getting everything in place, I was testing out batteries, and I actually did the same thing. I overloaded it, and it just shut off. It took a little bit of time, and it came back on. And that's the beautiful thing about most of the battery units, most of the charging units that we have out in the market today, the solar banks, right? The power banks. But great question. Okay, you guys ready for another one? Okay, now what we're going to do is we know how to maximize volts. Now we're going to maximize watts. We have a solar input here on the left. On the left right here, the battery units can accept up to 2,400 watts max before. On the left-hand side here, we have a solar. Let me try that again. The battery units on the left-hand side can max out at 2,400 watts before they just can't take anymore, right? It's wasted watts after that. It can't do any more than that. So get the right amount of panels, right? And it can go from the minimum of 12 volts up to 150 volts. Now, on the right-hand side, we have a panel rating of 200 watts and 26.1 volts. The question is, how many panels can we do here?
I've got 5.
And this is a little bit of a trick here, because take a look at this. As far as volts go, how many can I do?
5.
Yep. But when it comes to watts, it's a different story, right? And I'm going to go back a little bit right here, because I should have said we're maximizing watts, and I'm going to do this because I misled you guys a little bit. All right, on the left-hand side, those battery units can accept up to 2,400 watts at one time. So anything more than that, it just can't take it in, right? And then it also can accept as low as 12 volts and up to 150 volts. Now on the right-hand side, we have the panel rated at 200 watts and 26.1 volts. How many panels can you put on at one time in one array to be able to get the maximum amount of volts, not watts? 5. I finished the question. You guys have the answer. That's really cool. But look at the problem here. Do you see the red in there? What is this showing? Yeah, it can go up to 2,400, but I'm only getting 1,000 watts in this. So we're trying to figure out how can we maximize.
So we'd go parallel.
Yeah, we'd go parallel. You got it. What you would do is you'd put the 5. You'd end up getting up to your maximum voltage, 130.5. You would take another array and get up to the maximum voltage again, so you're not burning out anything, right? And then you would parallel those, and now all of a sudden, how many volts do you have? The same amount of volts, 130.5. But how many watts can you charge? 2,000. Yeah, 2 1,000s. Now you're up to 2,000. You're maximizing the solar unit. Okay, you ready for another one? Is this fun, you guys? I'm having fun. Like, it took me forever to figure out how to simplify this. I was like, how do I take this and simplify it so anybody can understand it? And are you guys understanding it? Okay. And the beautiful part about it is you can go over and over and over and watch this video again and again until you get it. Or when you're ready to set things up, you can just watch it when you're ready. All right, we got our 2,500, we got our 150 volts, and now we're going to put a 350 watt panel and a 46.5 volts, along with 46.5 volts. How many panels can we do? How many panels does it take to maximize one array of volts?
3.
You got it. 3. You got it. At that point, we're at 139.5 volts, 3 panels. But what's the problem? Yeah, we're not utilizing the watts at this point. Let's do it again. Ready? Here goes. We got 3 of them. We put them in series, and we're at 1,050 watts, and we're at 139.5 volts. We do another one, and it's another 1,050 watts, along with 139.5 volts. How many volts do we have if we put this in parallel? 139.5. You got it. But how many watts do we have now coming in?
2,000.
Yeah, 2,100. All right.
Now, could we
Wait.
do it?
Go ahead.
No. Because you said only 2 arrays.
Yeah, just two arrays. Yeah, you don't want to maximize any more than that.
But we could put an array with 4 panels instead of just 3.
You could, yeah, it's not going to hurt it.
Then the watts would still be this. No, it wouldn't. Never mind.
Yeah.
I'm doing the math in my head.
Oh, actually, I take that back. We can't do 4. Because what would happen?
Too many volts.
Volts go up.
Yeah, the volts go up, and it's over the volts at that point. So the truth is, we have to keep it to 3.
No, I just doing the math right there.
Yeah. I'm going to give you guys one more, just for fun. You guys are doing so good. And repetition gets it in your brains. We have the same power unit on the left. Now we got a 350 watt panel and 46.5 volts. How many can we put in an array? How many can we put in how many will fit in an array without overdoing the volts? Yep. And then we're going to do the same thing. If we get all 3 and put them in series and get another 3 in series, How many volts do we have in this if we put it in parallel? 132.9. Okay, you're working on the watts, you're right. 132.9 volts, and then how many watts are we maximizing on this?
25.
Yeah, is that a problem? We just went over. Yeah.
No, because you can go over.
Yeah, you can go over, you're fine, right? So, and I would recommend going over 20% if you can.
Don't go over in volts, you go over in watts.
Yeah, you can go over in watts, and then you'll just have more coming in, especially if the angle of the panels or the direction of the panels are off, or it's windy or not windy, or it's I'm going to put myself in there. You know, you can always go over it, and I recommend up to 20% because you're not always going to have it perfectly. Again, the right angles, snow might fall on it, might get dusty. There's a whole bunch of different reasons why it's not going to be super efficient. So why not go over a little bit? Just not a lot, right?
So,
Yep.
so the volts don't go over and the watts you can.
Yep. Don't go over to volts. Don't go over to volts, but you can go over to watts. Yeah.
Up to 20%.
It's up to 20% is my recommendation. You can go higher than that. It's just you're wasting panels at that point.
Okay.
You're paying more than you need to. All right. Let's do this now. Now comes the fun part. We're going to take everything we learned and we're going to put it together in calculating the different types of watt hours that you need for whatever you put down on your list earlier. So I want you to take out those sheets I gave you in the last video, the sheets where you put down all the things you need to run during an emergency and all the things that you want to run during an emergency. You don't have to use all the things that you want to. You might find out that after you add up all the power that it's way too much and you're going to start cutting things out because you don't have the funds to be able to buy that big of a power unit. So while we go through this, just understand your needs, non-negotiable. You need those. Your wants, negotiable. You'll figure those out. On this list right here, while you're trying to figure out the different types of power, let me go back. On your list, you'll notice that I put a place where you can put the different hours, not the different hours. What's on the list? Let's see, what did I put down? Hours daily. Okay. So earlier when we filled this out, earlier when we filled this out, and you're looking at your paper right now, you got the electrical out, earlier when we filled this out, and you're looking at your papers right now, we put the electrical items that we needed, and we put how many hours we thought that we would run those things every single day. At this point, you need to figure out how many watts per hour those items are going to take. There's 3 different ways of doing it. First of all, you can do a Google search like I did to be able to get all these numbers right here, and these are not very exact. You can try to use them, but you're not going to get very good numbers usually. The next best way, a better way to do it, is to be able to look on the back of each device, and you're going to see either amps, the better way to do it is to be able to look, let me slow down. The better way to do it is to be able to look on the back of each device. Let me do that again. The better way to do it is to look on the back of each device, whether it's a refrigerator, a freezer, a TV, or whatever else, and they're usually going to give the watts right there on the back, and you can figure out what it is. If they only give the amps, remember 120 volts times whatever the amps are gives you the watt hours, okay, watts per hour. It's really easy. Also, you can use those little energy guide things where they give you the amount of kilowatt hours that you use every single year if you have this plugged in all the time like a refrigerator. And all you have to do is take the amount of kilowatts. So in this example right here, we have 665 kilowatts. What that means is 665,000, 665,000 watts or watt hours. You're going to divide that by 365 days and divide that by 24 hours. And then you'll be able to figure out what the watt per hour is. And you're going to put it in that part of the spreadsheet. The best way to do it is to be able to go out and get one of these devices right here. Really cool. If you're going to be spending all this money on a battery and you're going to be spending all this money on a solar array or several solar arrays, that's a lot of money. Just go out and spend $10 to $20 and get yourself one of these. When you plug this in, it tells you exactly what the power is. And you can even leave it in for a week if you want to see what the average is. If it's something like a refrigerator where you're opening the door and closing the door and it's spiking and going back down, you can leave it on and you can see what the average is. Once you have that, you can put it in your spreadsheet. And it takes just a couple days. It's not hard unless you want to average it out over a month or whatever, a week or whatever you want. Average it out over a week or a month or whatever else. This example right here I gave is my toaster. I just plugged it in, put my toaster in there. What do you call it? Press the malt down? What do you call it? Press the nozzles? Levers? Is it lever? Started toaster, thank you. This picture right here is my personal toaster. I just plugged in my toaster, I pressed down all the little knobs and started the toaster. And you can see right there at the bottom how many watts per hour that toaster takes up. What's it at? Yeah, 1,814. That's a lot. You run with a 2,000 watt hour battery and it's gone in about an hour with a toaster.
Would it be better to toast it in the oven?
Toast in the oven is going to be even worse. If it's your regular oven, it's going to take a lot more. Yeah.
Just eat it.
Just eat the toast without. Just eat the bread without toasting it. Exactly. Exactly. Now. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Now on the right here is my freezer. My freezer actually takes up more watts than my refrigerator. Where my refrigerator was closer to 10 watts per hour, this was closer to 50 watts per hour, even in the cold, because it's a cold garage right now. I would have never known that without plugging this in that easily. You can just get them online or go to Home Depot or whatever, Lowe's or something like that. Yeah.
Your space heaters use the most.
Yeah, space heaters use a ton. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
You found that out? Yeah. You get your bill and you're like, oh, right? Water pumps is another thing that takes up a lot. There's a whole bunch of different things.
I'm curious because I wanted to, when on your hand
Get the microphone.
with the batteries,
Go ahead. Microphone.
you've got the hand tools, and you need to charge them.
Yeah.
I'm curious of how much wattage is used on the charger.
Yeah.
Charge.
Yeah, that'd be a great one to
Because
test out.
I think it'd be minimal, but but I don't know.
Yeah, that's a great one to test out.
Because I'm planning on using that with a small generator and hoping that happens so I can charge up my batteries. with
Absolutely.
it. So,
Yeah, you're in the right mindset right now. So yeah, go test it out, figure it out. And then you put it down on your list on that sheet I gave you inside the course. I'll give you some examples here so you can know how to fill out the sheet. Say, for example, you say you have all these different things on your needs list. And then you figured out how many hours you need for all of those. You can always round it up. Don't be exact. If it's like 45 minutes, take it to an hour. You'll never complain that you had more power during an emergency than you needed. Next, you're going to figure out all the watts per hour that you're going to be using up in each of those devices. And then to figure out the total watts needed, it's really easy. What do? The hours times the watts per hour equals the total watts needed for a 24-hour period. Once you figure out all the total watt hours needed, all you have to do is add those up, and you got your total watt hours for a 24-hour period. You're going to do the same thing with your wants. All the things you put on your want list, you're going to do exactly that. Let's do this. Oh, I messed that up. All right, so I'm going to show you how to do this really simply. On your lists, you're going to take all the total watt hours that you need over a 24-hour period, and you're going to add those up. You're going to take that number, then you're going to go to your wants and do the exact same thing. Then what you're going to do is you're going to take both of those and you're going to add them up. When you figure out what that number is, that's the size of battery unit. That's the size of battery. When you finally figure out what the number is, that's the size of battery unit you should get. Now, some of you might look at that and say, wow, now I got 20,000 hours of battery I need. And you might want to take out some of your wants because you've got your hair dryer, you've got your what other things that are going to take up a lot of energy, right? And so you're like, well, maybe I don't need a hair dryer. Maybe I don't need that toaster oven. And you take those things out to figure out what you really are going to use during an emergency. But whatever number you get to after you figure out your needs for sure and your wants as your choice, right? The things you want in there, the ones you want to pick out afterwards, right? Once you figure out that total, go get that size of a battery unit or higher, right?
You have to have the money to do it.
If you have the money to do it. Now, a lot of people say that. And what's interesting is this. I remember one of my mentors saying excuses are useless, right? You can always find other people that you can team up with to be able to get it. And there's always a way to do it. You just got to be creative during an emergency or before an emergency, right?
That would get rid of wants.
Yeah, or get rid of wants, right? Yeah, make sure you got your needs taken care of and then just nix the wants or minimize the wants. And you got it. You're right. Let's go microphone over here.
Are you going to?
Oops. There it goes.
Are you going to speak to how to recharge that battery when you use all this wattage?
That's what we just went through with all the solar.
Okay, but is it going to do that enough in a 24-hour period to recharge that battery without use overnight?
That is a great question. So that's the actual next part on here. You ready? Drum roll. You guys got it. I'm going to keep it really simple for you guys. A lot of people think, well, what's the mathematics? How many panels do I get? You know, what do I do? It's really easy. Whatever amount of power you get, you're going to get 30% of that in panels. So if you have a 10,000 watt hour battery system, how many watts of power do you need in solar panels? If you have 10,000. So if you have 10,000 watt hours of a battery unit and you need 30% of that in solar, how much watts in solar should you get? 3,000. Okay, 30%. You guys got it. Now the reason for that is because you're going to get most of your energy in about 4 hours each day. Another reason for that is because most people don't understand that you're going to be running the power into your house and using it during the daytime. So you're actually recharging it while you're using it. It's called pass-through power. So that makes it really safe to me. That makes it really safe to be able to get the power that you need. Okay, questions? Are you getting it?
No, but I don't know what question to ask. So.
That's okay. Okay, so what happened is this. I went through and I tried to figure out how do I simplify this so easily that people know how many watts of solar panels they should get, right? To be able to power a certain amount of batteries. So to keep it simple, say you have 1,000 watt hours of a battery. 30% of 1,000 is 300. Okay, not 1/3, but 30%. Yeah, so 300. So you need about 300 watts in a solar array or a solar panel to be able to power that in enough time during the day when you're using the power that you're actually producing at the same time. That's called pass-through power. You're actually using the battery while it's charging.
That would determine how many arrays or panels.
Exactly. That's exactly it. So once you figure out how many watt hours you need, that we calculated right here, right? And you get that battery system, and you're figuring out, oh man, how many panels do I need at this point, especially if you put them exactly south, right? And you put them in the sun the right way, then just figure it's about 30%. You can go a little higher if you want to, no big deal, but it's about 30%. Is that simplified? I just saved you guys days of math. You guys don't have to figure it out because I had to figure it out. Going back to continuous watts. Remember we talked about continuous watts? Going back to continuous watts. Going back to continuous watts. I can't even say that right. Going back to continuous watts. Remember we talked about continuous watts, and I said don't focus on that. You're rarely ever going to get to a point where you max out the continuous watts. So just focus on watt hours. I can take everything on this list right here and I can add up every single one of those items in the watts per hour if I wanted to, and I still wouldn't come up with the number that's going to overload that system typically, usually, right? Giving you example here, you can highlight the things that you think are going to be running at the exact same time at any given moment. And if you take all those things and add them up, it could be every single thing on your items. It could be every single thing on your list. When you add that up, you can figure out how many continuous watts you need. Yep, from both columns, from the needs and the wants, just add them both up. Whatever you're going to need power for. Figure out what's going to be running all at the same time. If you look at something that runs in the nighttime and something else that runs in the daytime, and you sit there and go, man, I'm never going to run those at the same time, then just figure out which one's the higher one that might be running with everything else and pick the highest of the numbers. And you'll see almost every single time that the battery unit you get, you'll never max out the continuous watts unless you're running an air conditioner and a stove and your hair dryer and everything else, right?
AC.
And your AC, yeah, all that stuff, exactly. Okay, you guys, we got it. That's we got through the electrical stuff. Was that interesting to you guys? Yeah, good. Okay. All right, now we're on to the next one, which I'm going to pull this stuff out, and we're going to get kind of fun here. All right, let me grab this. Grab this. Nah, just grab a few of them if I can get them without dropping them. There, yeah, exactly. Like way up, yeah, you're right. Okay, so thank you guys for letting me go through that again. After last week, I was like, oh man, I've got a lot of revisiting to do on this slide. And I literally took so many hours to just figure out how to simplify this. How do I simplify this? And you know, the thing is, most people don't understand. It's not the information you present, it's the work that goes in ahead of time to be able to simplify it. And I'm hoping that that was simple enough for people to understand, and I think it was. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, and you don't even have electrical background, do you? No. Yeah, that's awesome.
Quick question.
Yep.
So, what about the appliances you can unplug and they can stay idle as long as you don't open the door, i.e. freezers and refrigerators?
That you can unplug?
That you can take offline for hours at a time when you don't open them.
Yeah, if
Like
you...
refrigeration and freezers don't have to run 24/7.
Get in close with me, if you don't mind. That's a great question. That's a great question because you can figure that into your power needs. If you think you're going to unplug it and plug it in all the time, then that's great. You know, you can diminish the amount of battery you need. On my side, when I prioritize things for emergencies, it's refrigerator and freezer. And in my goal is to keep those going at all times.
But it's not, it turns off and on when it gets up.
Yeah, you know what my refrigerator takes normally when I don't open the doors? 7 watts. It's nothing. I can run it all day, all night. If I'm opening and closing it, different story. So might as well just leave it plugged in. Just figure that I'm going to power that all the time. Because it doesn't take that much. And you don't want your food going bad. That's important. That's more important than a light bulb for me. Were you able to get that in close? Okay, perfect. Did we have, you had the microphone, right? When you talked about that? Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to put lots of money out here, you guys. And yeah, sure, you guys can have samples. Okay. Let's see if I can get this right. Okay. There goes. Actually, let me move this around and make it so. Make it so. That sounds like Star Trek. We got a lot of broken rubber bands. These have been in here for a long time. Okay, let me set up this real quick. Boy, these are all sticking together. It's been a long time since I haven't opened these in ages. Fives. 25s. And let's see what else. Fives. Tens. Fives. Tens. 50s. 100s. Boy, I thought I had counted this ahead of time right, and I don't think I did. Let me just see this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I'm missing some tens, and right, I'm close enough, but I need to get rid of some of these. You'll volunteer to hold them? That's so nice of you. I haven't dug into this in so long. I just grabbed it from home. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. All right. 50s. I'm missing a bunch of 50s. Who took my 50s? Exactly. Here's my 50s. There's 20s. 20s are missing. Am I missing them in here? Ones. Ones, ones, ones. My 50s are missing. Fives. All right. Well, I guess I'm not going to be able to show you guys what I wanted to show you, but we'll make it work. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Do I have them in here? Those are cool. All right. I do not have this organized like I wish I did ahead of time. And so these are the ones I was missing there. Got 20s there. And I've got a lot more hundreds than I needed to. I don't need this many hundreds. Who volunteered? Was that you? All right. Can you just, yeah. Can you just use them wisely, please? You're going to give them to your wife or whatever it is. Isn't that funny that this little piece of paper rules the world? Okay? How in the world does this little thing cause so many problems and create so many solutions? Because we put a value to it. That's exactly it. All right. Well, I'm going to just put this here like that. And I don't have exactly the right amounts, which I wish I did because I'm missing some. Well, actually, maybe the 5s are right. Yeah. Oh my goodness. They're just flat. That's what it is. So I do have the right amount. Yeah. So this right here, I do have the right amount. I didn't think I did. So this is it right there. And this is it right there. And you guys get to see roughly what it is. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Don't make me laugh. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 4 and 5. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys right here the differences in cash. Right there, right there, right there, and right there. So now we got the right amounts of everything. Yeah. And then I'm going to put out a few more things here. So I need this for home. And I'm going to put out different types of coins. And we'll put this here, numismatic coins, silver coins. Here's some bars. I need my glasses. You guys are very patient while I set this up. This is the one that takes the most to set up. Everything else is done. I know. Okay. All right, so this right here. I need, does anybody have a little, anybody back there have a little nail or some type of little metal something I need? Something to hit things with. You can even grab the tuning fork or anything just metal. That works. Yep. Doesn't matter. This will be interesting. It'll be worth the wait, you guys. So this takes a little bit of time to set up everything. Let's see. Okay, got that. That actually might work. It actually might work just the way it is. Okay, perfect. Let's grab this, this. Let's go. All right, let's go this, Australian cougar. Let's go. Haha. Yeah. And let's grab this. Okay, that's there. let's grab these. All right. Let's see this one. I'll leave that there. Let's grab these. And then we'll do a 1 ounce here, 1 ounce. And grab this right there. And we'll do these two, which is, okay. This one is, okay. Can't read these very well. Britannia, there's Britannia. Okay, I think I almost got it. And let's put this right here. And let me grab a few of these. Okay, we'll do that here. I'll show you in a little bit. Okay. All right. Okay, I think I've got enough to show you guys some really cool things. So let me get the rest of this off and put it here. And all right. Do I have you guys intrigued at least? Did I have you at ting ting? Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and pull open the presentation. Yeah. Ohms. All right, let's go ahead and open this up. Yeah, I think I need to actually. There, and pointer options hidden. Okay. Get some water and then we'll get started. Grab this right here. Put it right there. Turn off my cell phone. I just forgot to do that earlier. And get some water in me. Oops. I know. That was funny. All right. So, Kyle, we can do whatever we want on this one. I needed that last one just to make sure we didn't see anything on the table. All right. Take a deep breath. All right. Let's see. All right. Let me just see what I want to talk about. Okay. Usually I can just go, I have a hard time reading. I just like to talk. It's easier for me just to teach principles, but I got to follow this lesson so I can make sure I cover everything. Kind of stinky. I like to just talk and have people ask me questions, and it's so much easier. So we're getting started with, let me open this up first if I do that. We are getting started with maintain your standard, maintaining. We're getting started with maintaining your standard of living, and I'm going to show you what this book right here from Brazil, this whole thing I got right here, has to do with maintaining your standard of living, but not yet. I'm going to keep you in suspense. If all the utilities, what am I trying to say? What would happen if all the stores and banks shut down and you had no, what would happen if all the stores and banks shut down and you had no idea when they would open again? What would you do to prepare today?
Save some money.
Yeah, let's get the microphone. So,
Well, have a
is the microphone on? Yeah, go get it close.
store money, have money in cash. You know,
Yeah,
on
rainy day
hand.
fund, right?
Yeah, a rainy
Awesome.
day fund.
Okay, what else would you guys do?
I would get ready to barter. I would have, well, I would have cigarettes so that because people are addicted to that.
Mhm.
I'd have some caffeine because people are addicted to that and they want it and they're willing to trade you something for it.
So I'm actually going to go into that a little bit. So when we get to that point, I'm going to share a few things with you if you don't mind. Okay. The funny thing about it, a lot of people think that this could not happen to us in the United States. It just couldn't, right? We're the most powerful nation in the world. We have the right people in power and everything else. But the truth is, it can happen to any nation. I mean, look at Venezuela. They were the fourth richest country in the world. Now they're the poorest probably in all of South Central and North America. Maybe Honduras is less than them. But definitely Honduras doesn't have the amount of problems that Venezuela has. And that happened really quickly. In 2018 alone, I think they were at 130,000% inflation. And over about last 5 to 10 years, I think they've cumulatively done over 50 million% in inflation. When I was in Brazil, I lived in Brazil between 1989 and 1991, almost 1991. I came back at the end of 1990. I lived in Brazil 1989 and 1990. It was the worst inflation in Brazil's history. I watched their currency go from the cruzeiro. I watched their currency go from the cruzeiro to the cruzado to the cruzado novo to the cruzeiro again, and the cruzeiro real, right? The real cruzeiro or the royal cruzeiro or the royal cruzeiro, to the real or real that we call it right now is the currency, and finally to the real or the real, which they're currently using right now. So just to give you a feel, in 1989, just to give you a feel, in 1989, there was almost 2,000% inflation. That's where I picked up these bills and coins. Do you see that? You have a 1 right here, which is equal to 1,000 note. A 1 penny or whatever is equal to 1,000. These are next to each other, the way it is. A 5 is equal to a 5,000. Do you see that? A 10 is equal to a 100 here. You have a 50 that's equal to a 500. On this side right here, you have a 10 that's equal to a 10,000. And just to give you a feel for the progression of money, you'll see it started out with 1 cruzado was equal to 1,000 new cruzados. Was equal to 1,000 new cruzados. Sorry. 1,000 new cruzados were equal to 1 cruzado. 5, what am I trying to say? Okay, this is what I was going to say. Let me go back a little bit. When you combine 1989 and 1990, there was so much inflation that it passed up 50,000% inflation. I was there during that time. I experienced that. It was amazing. It was crazy at the same time. I learned so much that's helping me in my preparedness today because of that experience. You'll notice that you'll notice the progression here. You got 1 cruzado, then it goes up to 5 cruzados, and then 10 cruzados, and then 50 cruzados, and 100. Then you have 500 cruzados, 1,000 cruzados, 5,000 cruzados. Then it went to 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, 500,000. Isn't that crazy? 500,000. The crazy thing about it is, what if the United States had the same problem someday and a dollar ended up turning into $1 million bill with the same purchasing power? What happened in Brazil during that time? What happened in Brazil during that time? There was so much inflation that at the end of those 2 years, if I had 10,000, well, let me start over. What happened in Brazil is, if I had $10,000 at the beginning of 1989, by the end of 1990, that $10,000 was worth less than $20. I can get one meal with that $10,000. And just to give you guys a feel for what that experience was like, has anybody lived through that before, by the way? I'm going to give you a feel for what it's like. Brazil was in a different situation than we're in right now. Brazil at the time didn't have credit cards like we have. Now they do. But at the time, they didn't have credit cards. They didn't have debt. When they went and built a house, they would get cash. They would build one room with bricks that they built themselves, right? And then when they got more cash, they'd do a second room and a third room and a fourth room. When they had a lot more cash, let me try that over again. Brazil was in a very different situation than we're in right now. They paid everything in cash at the time. We have everything in credit. We get houses on credit. We get cars on credit. They had to pay cash for their houses, where they'd build one room at a time, build it with bricks. They did it themselves a lot of the times. When they had more money, they'd build a second and a third room and an upstairs and whatever else they wanted to build. So they didn't have the problem with debt. They were also used to the country going up and down financially. We're not used to that. If this were to happen in our country today, we would be a mess, because everybody depends on the banks. Everybody depends on debt, practically, in our nation. We're not used to a crazy economic crash or anything like that. You look at what happened back in the 20s, the Depression, right? Okay, even then they didn't have the credit that we have today. If we were them in the time and this happened, a depression happened at this time, we wouldn't know what to do. What happens during a crazy economic situation where the hyperinflation happens, is you look at the shelves and you don't see what we see today. You can go to Walmart, you can go to Target, you can go to all these different places, and you're going to buy a blender. And there's like 5 to 10 different blenders or coffee makers or vacuum cleaners or whatever there is there. And you get to pick your color, you get to pick the type, you get to pick the brand, all these different things. Well, when hyperinflation happens, people stop spending money on that stuff. They have to prioritize, how do I stay in my house, or how do I feed my family? It's house or food. And while you're going through that, you're going to the store passing up almost everything, and nobody's buying. So what happens when people aren't buying those things? Those companies go out of business. When those companies go out of business, what happens? They lay off a whole bunch of people. When people have less money, what happens? They buy less. And what happens to other businesses that are still in business? They go out of business. It's a vicious cycle. So in Brazil, you would go to the store and you want to buy a blender, for example, and it's super expensive, and there's one. And barely anybody buys it. And you're willing to buy it because you have to. You need one for the house or whatever, so you spend a lot of money for a cheap one. And that's what happens during it. It's a vicious cycle, and it really affects a ton of people very quickly. I'm going to give you a few of the things that I learned when I was in Brazil, just to share with you. First of all, you need to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Number 2, crime increases when economies get worse, right? Crime increases when economies. I feel like I'm my kid. Oh my goodness, like Hopsital, right? You know, like aminal, right? It's Paschetti. Crime increases when economic. Crime increases when economic. Can you guys say it? Thanks. You. Crime and so fun. Crime increases when economies get worse. Governments can. I'm gonna just get up here. Governments can impose any rules that they choose. I'm going to recommend that if you have the chance to get out of debt right now, get out of debt and stay out of debt. A lot of people spend all this money on vacations and everything else instead of just paying off their house or getting the preparedness supplies they need or whatever else. Just prioritize getting out of debt if you can, and have a rainy day fund outside of the bank. Hold on to stable reserve currencies or physical assets, which we're going to talk about today, and buy and store supplies today while things are cheap, relatively. Also, learn how to barter and trade like you mentioned earlier. So the things we're going to be talking about in today's lesson, so the things we're going to be talking about today for Thrivalist step number 6 is build a rainy day fund. Okay, so the things we're going to be talking about in Thrivalist step number 6 are, first of all, build a rainy day fund so you never have to really choose between house and food because you have extra money lying around. Create a hedge against inflation, store up extra supplies, and finally, create ways to barter and trade. All of these things are super important because they can pertain to hyperinflation, but they also can pertain to even something as, let me try that so people can see me. I think that's it. Yeah, okay. All these things are super important because it can pertain to hyperinflation like we talked about, or it can pertain to something as simple as a job loss. The more you're prepared financially, the more you're prepared for the more, tough. So all of these things are super important because they pertain to hyperinflation like we talked about, but it can also pertain to any type of economic problem, including a job loss. So it's super important to be economically stable, or at least prepare economically to be able to prepare for tough times in our country someday in the future. Is that it? I think someday in our future. I feel like that was anticlimactic. That was kind of dumb, right? Yeah, I'll just do one more. Okay, let's see. So when you're following these 4 steps, you got to remember that hyperinflation is a dream in the sky for a lot of people. It might happen, might not happen, but something as simple as a job loss could happen, and it happens to most of us. So I'm going to encourage you to do what you need to do to prepare financially, economically, right, with your family, to be able to be ready for whatever comes your way. Why? I had it. I had the whole thing. Jeez. Okay. Yeah, I am. So you got to remember that hyperinflation could happen, hyperinflation could happen in our country. I can't even say it. I'm really getting tired, you guys. I apologize. Hyperinflation. Thank you. Slow down. Take a breath. Okay, when we think about economic times, hyperinflation could happen. I mean, it's a real big possibility we get into a depression. Maybe by the time you're watching this video, we're in a recession or depression. It happens cyclically, right, in our country, in any country. And that's true, it can happen. But more realistically, we could be preparing for something as simple as a job loss. And the more economically prepared we are, the less we have to suffer, the less our families have to suffer. So I'm going to encourage you to pay attention to this section and do it right. So let's get on with Thrivalist step number 6, and I'll see you on the next video. I did it. Oh my goodness, this is so hard. Okay, let's just see what I'm going to be talking about. Okay, so we're gonna need the microphone for the beginning. I'm gonna have you guys tell me what a rainy day fund is to you. I did these totally out of order. That's interesting. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Yeah. Can somebody get me some more water, please? It does. Oh, you're already ready. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Oops. Thanks. Ah, I eat the fish for breakfast. Okay, now we're on to build up a rainy day fund. And I'm going to ask you, what does a rainy day fund mean to you? Let's have a few people answer that question. Maybe 3 or 4 people. Go ahead. Right up here.
To me, it means when I have a car problem that I have some money saved up to help pay for that, to get it fixed again.
Awesome. Good deal. Go ahead and pass it back here. One of you guys, go ahead.
Rainy day fund is to have stored food, stored money,
Mhm.
stored tools,
Yeah.
and stored health.
Yeah. So that's interesting. You mentioned health. I'd never even thought of that. But yeah, we're going to be talking a little bit more about storing extra supplies like that because that's super important. In this case, we're talking about money in particular, right? In this case, we're talking about money in particular. So the point is, if all the banks shut down, what would you do? That's how, when you're preparing for a rainy day fund, what you do is you consider, if all the banks were to shut down and I couldn't get my money, what would I do? How would I survive financially? I'm going to give you a couple pieces of advice. First of all, pay off your debt. We already talked about that. Okay, so I'll just talk about those. I'll just do this. Yeah. So I'm just going to show the money if you guys want to go for the money right now. All right. What did I finish saying at the last slide? Paying off if all the banks closed down, right? That's what it was. All right, I'm just going to flow into this real quick. Okay, we're going to be talking about rainy day funds and how to prepare in case all the banks were to shut down, for example, and you couldn't get to your money. How would you survive for a little while, for a long while, whatever it is? I want you to prepare for longer term emergencies. So we're going to talk longer term emergencies in this example because we covered very short emergencies back in Thrivalist step number 2. Right behind me here is a bunch of money, okay? And I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. I don't know if you can zoom in on this either on the side or in front, Kyle. Are you doing side or front? Okay, do side. Tell me when you're there. Right here, I brought a bunch of cash. This is my personal rainy day fund in cash at home. You'll notice right here, I've got 2 stacks of ones. That's about $1,000 in ones. Right here, I've got a stack of 5s. And that stack of 5s is almost exactly the same size as the stack of 10s. I don't know if you can see that from the front, Kyle. But this right here is almost exactly the same. And I'm going to tell you why in just a minute. You got $1,000, $1,000, $1,000, $1,000, $1,000. 1, 5, 10, 20, 50, 100. You can see how they diminish in size. But you're looking at the 5s and you're looking at the 10s and you go, why in the world? That 5 should be what? Twice as big, right? So one of the suggestions I like to give people is make sure when you're getting your rainy day fund, first of all, don't get these bigger bills, okay? Keep the bigger bills off to the side. Try to get smaller bills, like 1s and 5s and 10s, maybe a few 20s. And when you go to get it, look at the difference. These 5s right here, I got these intentionally. Do you see how they have the little band around them from the bank? These are brand new bills. Look how skinny that is. What you want to get is you want to get bills that look used. Why? What's the reason?
Well, they
Go ahead and microphone.
stick to each other for one.
Yeah, stick to each other. What else?
Yeah, they don't stick to each other, and people maybe, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm just going out on a limb, but if you have new bills, people think you have more money, and
That's
if you have
exactly it.
old bills, it's like you've just been saving and scrounging for a period of time.
Absolutely. The older the bill without being torn where people reject it, right? The better, because it makes you look poorer. And if you're in a situation where you need something from somebody and they've got eggs, for example, and you need eggs for your family, whatever it is, right? You know, it could be an extra bottle of water, whatever it is. If all you have is $100 bill and you go up to them during an emergency and say, hey, can I have those eggs? Do you have change? Okay, what's going to happen?
From your hand to mine.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, the eggs just went up in price, by the way, to $100 each, right? So what you want to do is you want to look as poor as possible during an emergency, and with your rainy day fund. I mean, by the way, you can always borrow from your rainy day fund before an emergency and use it if you really need it because it's for a rainy day. But just remember, you put it back in as quickly as possible. Make sure you don't diminish it over time, right? But the thing about it is, going back to these dollar bills, you see how old these all look? I've got a ton of dollar bills, $1,000 in dollar bills. If I'm in an emergency, I'm not going to go like this and say, oh, by the way, how much is that again? I'm going to do this, okay? Back pocket or sock or something else, and I'm going to put money in different pockets, okay? And I'm going to figure, okay, how much do I think that egg is worth or whatever it is? I'm guessing that they're charging $1 a piece for an egg, whatever. And so I'm going to make it so it's just really easy to pull out $1 at a time. And they go, oh, it's actually $2. Oh man, are you serious? And make people work for it. Everybody wants a deal. You make it too easy, they think you have a lot more money. So you sit there and say, seriously, $1 went up to $2 for an egg? Seriously, nobody's doing that. Come on. And you go, fine, here, take $2. And you got like 100 in your back pocket, right? But the thing about it is, people will take what they can when things get desperate. Let's go ahead and go right there.
I just watched a YouTube video where a guy went into a pawn shop and he really wanted to buy this putter.
Yeah.
And he went up to the counter and they actually had a driver too that he grabbed. He said, well, how much for this? The guy said, well, for the driver, the
Yeah.
thing he didn't want. The guy said, well, 80, 90 bucks, whatever it was. And then he said, oh, well, how much for the putter? Which is what he really wanted. The guy said, $10. And the guy said, what about a bundle if I buy them both? The guy said, well, how about 90? He said, how about I just give you the 10 for the putter? And he walked out of the store with the putter.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, he's a deal maker, right?
Barter.
Yeah, good bartering. And those are really important skills. When I lived in Brazil, we learned how to barter. In the United States, we always pay what people ask. It's the culture. In other countries, you don't do that. They always give you a price and then you say, well, how can we make this work, right? You know, I'll trade this for that and, you know, I'll give you this much and I'll have my kids shovel snow for you, whatever it is, right? You know, we'll make this work. And you really got to learn those bartering skills. They're super important. I know we need classes for that stuff, don't we? Yeah, absolutely. But it takes a little bit of practice. But there's some people that are really good at it. And I would have those people as friends during emergencies. And obviously you don't want to become a thief, right? You don't want to hurt people when you barter. You want to do things fairly, but you want to make sure you're not being taken advantage of as well. So there really is an art to doing it the right way.
Well, because of that, at those kind of
Let's get a microphone right over here.
because at those times, you know, because everybody is desperate and they're all hurting,
Yeah,
that everybody wants to get the most of what they can. So that's why
absolutely.
you'd want the bartering.
Yeah, yeah. It's you want when you negotiate the right way, both sides win better. Doesn't mean they win everything they want, right? Sometimes they have to lose. Both sides have to lose a little something, but in the end, they both win better. And I'll give you a couple negotiating skills if that helps you out. Okay. First of all, a lot of times you want them to give the offer first, because you give too much information, you're gonna have more problems. So let them give the information first. If there's a lot of decisions to be made, for example, like in negotiations in business, a lot of times we'll have 10 decisions to be made with a client or somebody wanting to do business with me. And what will happen is we'll get stuck on a point and spend an hour on a point when we have 9 other points. Same thing in bartering, right? Same thing in negotiations. What the skill is to say, oh, that's cool that we're getting stuck on this point. Let's shelf it for now. Let's go to another point. And you go to the easiest points until you get most of them done. And now all of a sudden it's easier to negotiate on the final points because people are like, oh man, we did all this work. We got 9 of them done. Let's just make the 10th work. And it's easier to get a better price or whatever else. People are more willing to negotiate when you get the majority of stuff off the table, that if it's a bigger list, right? So in bartering, it's the same thing. You might be bartering 10 things, trying to get 10 things. And you figure out the prices for 9, and all of a sudden you bundle it like your example, right? And then all of a sudden, yeah, you get everything better at a better price at that point, and both sides are happy because everybody wants a deal, like I said. I'm going to give you 3 rules when it comes to how much cash to have on hand. Number 1, have at least 1 month's worth of bills outside of the bank. Try to shoot for 3 months of bills outside of the bank. Give yourself a little bit of time. And then try to shoot for 1 year at least of bills, money for bills, inside the bank or in assets or something that's liquid enough that you can get the money when you need it. Those are the 3 rules. Not everyone's going to be able to do this. Something is better than nothing. But try to shoot for that, or get a group together, or whatever you need to do to be able to get it right. I have one of my mentors. My wife and I used to fly out to Florida, and we get mentored by a really wealthy Israeli guy, Israeli friend. Let me get a little bit of water. Sorry, hopefully that's not too loud. For any of you who watched my 5-day challenge, I gave a little bit of a joke and I thought it was funny, so I'm going to repeat it here because I think it's awesome. This was about protecting your assets. The joke was from a friend of mine who's from Israel, and he used to always give these Jewish jokes, and I thought, what? You know, he's Jewish, and he'd give the Jewish jokes, and I would just laugh and everything else. And he gave a really good one. I'm going to adapt it a little bit because, you know, I'll change it from rabbi to bishop because that's where my religion is, right? So that way I'll make fun of bishops. But he talked about how a very wealthy man came up to a bishop, a rabbi, and a pastor. And he said, I am determined to take my money with me when I die. And so he said, you are the 3 most honest people I know. So I'm going to give you guys each $5 million. And if you wouldn't mind, when the funeral services are done, could you just slip that $5 million inside my coffin, and then we'll just call it good. I'm just going to bring you with me, at least $15 million with me. And so they said, yeah, of course I'm going to do that. And the funeral came and went. And about 3 months later, they called each other up, and one called one and the other called the other, and they said, hey, let's go to lunch. And they said, yeah, that'd be awesome. That was a really weird thing we did. Let's talk about it. You know, let's just get together, you know, let's be friends and help our churches out and everything else. So they went to lunch, and while they were sitting down, the pastor just started breaking out, and he started crying and everything else. And everyone's like, what's wrong? And he goes, I just got to confess. I couldn't imagine putting $5 million in there and having it rot away. And I thought, you know, there's a lot of people in my congregation who are starving. They could use some food. I took $50,000 and I actually saved a bunch of families during Christmas and everything else, helped them out with a bunch of food and other things they needed. I feel horrible. I gave the guy my word. And the rabbi goes, oh man, I got to confess too. We needed to fix our roof, and I didn't know what else to do at our synagogue, so I ended up taking out $230,000 and we fixed our roof. And now we're going to have a roof that's going to be good for the next 30 years. And I thought, you know, that's a good use of money. And I did a little prayer. I thought it was the right thing to do, but right now I'm feeling horrible. And so the bishop looked at him and said, I cannot believe you guys. We gave our word. I put a check in there for the full $5 million. And so anyways, the idea is to protect your assets, right? So when it comes to protecting your money, you need to be able to hide it in good places. I'm going to give you a list of ideas, and if you guys have more ideas, I want you to go ahead and contribute to this list. One of them is you could put it in a utility closet. One of them is you could put it in a utility closet away from the furnace. Ah, man, I'm having a hard time. It's the end of the day. Whew. You can put it in a utility closet. Of course, you want to keep it away from the furnace. You could put it in rafters of your house or in a small child's bedroom, where most thieves are not going to check a child's bedroom. They're going to check your adult bedroom, or they're going to check an office or closets or whatever else. But if it's a small child, right? No Xboxes and everything else. If it's a small child with small child toys and pink walls and everything else, they just pass it up. Put it under a removable floorboard. Put it under a removable floorboard. I can't even say floorboard. I did. I said it right when I said it. That's really funny. You can put it under. You can put it under. You can put it underneath a You can put it underneath a removable floorboard, under a coffee table, behind a bookshelf. You could put it inside or above a ceiling mounted light. You know how they have those little round things sometimes? Oops, go ahead.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. No, you're fine. That's perfect timing actually, so I can redo that one easily. You can put it inside or above a ceiling mounted light. Now, you know what I'm talking about, those little round things or whatever you can unscrew, and they have that little empty space. You can just put stuff inside there and screw it back up into the ceiling, or take out the little cap and put it underneath the little floodlights. So what I'm talking about? That's really easy to pull out and put right back in. You can bury it in a box in the backyard. You can label it nuts and bolts. Yeah, I got it over there. Let me just do that one. It is heavy. It is. Yeah. So you can label it nuts and bolts like this one right here, and put valuable things inside it if you need to. Yeah, exactly. Just tell the family members not to throw it away until you look inside, right? Yeah. Let's see. I thought I had more.
I got one.
I thought I had. Let me just see if I have more. I thought I did, but did I not do? Oh, I missed all these right here. Okay. Let me go ahead and do it, and I'll ask you afterwards if you don't mind. Let's see. All right. When it comes to protecting your assets, just don't do what everybody else does, where they put it in a drawer, or they put it in their closets, or they put it underneath their bed or in an office. That's where most thieves are going to look, even during an emergency. So I'm going to give you a bunch of suggestions of ideas that you can use to be able to hide your valuables. You can put it in an envelope taped, taped to the kitchen or bathroom cabinet. You could put it in an envelope. You could put it in a kitchen or bathroom cabinet, a dresser drawer, toy box, a bookshelf, a potted plant, or even your kitty's litter box. You could put it on the back of a painting or other wall decoration. You can put it inside a watertight plastic bottle or jar inside the tank of your toilet. It's kind of funny, huh? In a plastic bag, you can put it in a plastic bag or some type of other container inside you could put it inside a plastic bag or some other, you could put it inside a plastic bag or some other container inside your refrigerator or your freezer. You could put it in a container of beans or Quick Oats or some other food. Inside a sock, inside your sock drawer. You can do what they do in the movies, right? Where they hollow out a book and put it inside there, and nobody ever thinks to check inside there. Let's see. Or inside an empty aspirin or other bottle inside an empty aspirin or other bottle inside your medicine cabinet. Inside your medicine cabinet. Let's see. You can even, if there's a pair of pants or clothes that you never use, like a suit coat or whatever, you can just put it inside that. Just make sure nobody sends it to the cleaners, right? Let's go ahead and do a micro.
What if you forget where you put it?
If you forget where you put it, write down a little note and put it somewhere where you can remember where that note is. Now, if you forget where the note is, that's a problem. You can put it inside a utility closet, just keep it away from the furnace, or in the rafters of your house, or in a small child's bedroom, like a small child's bedroom, one that's, if you know, most thieves are not going to look inside a small bedroom, You can put it inside. You can put it in a small child's bedroom, and when I'm talking about small child, I'm talking about an infant or a very small child, you know, with the pink on the walls and everything else, because most thieves are going to think there's nothing valuable inside there. Now you get to a teenager, they're thinking, oh, Xbox or whatever else is inside there, right? So that's a little bit more dangerous. You could put it under. And this is the hard one. Here goes. You could put it in. You could put it underneath a removable floorboard, under a coffee table, behind a bookshelf, inside or above a ceiling mounted fan. You know how those fans will have kind of like that round thing and it's kind of connected to the roof, and you can pull it down and usually there's some space there or a little gap there. You could put stuff up there or inside the hole. If you have those can lightings, you can pull that down, stick stuff up there, put it back up, and just don't forget where it's at, right? And write yourself a note to remind yourself, right? And don't forget where the note's at. You can bury it. You can bury it in a box in the backyard, or you can do what I sometimes do, and that's put it inside a box and label it nuts and bolts. Just don't let anybody throw that away.
In your will, you say, "Don't throw my nuts and bolts."
Yeah, exactly. What's that movie? The Hook. He's looking for his. What was he looking for? I can't remember. No, he was the older guy was looking all over the place.
Oh yeah.
Marbles, that's what it was. Yeah, he was a little nutty, but anyways, yeah. So yeah, just make sure you put it in your will. Do not throw away the nuts and bolts. your kids are like, what's so important about nuts and bolts?
They take your nuts and bolt box and put it on their shelf until they're dead.
Exactly. It just keeps passing on from child to child for generations, and everyone's
Someone goes, I wonder why we had this, and they open it.
microphone. Oh, who has the mic? Oh, you do. Sorry. Awesome. So, what other ideas do you guys have? Go ahead and share one.
You can make a false vent air return in your
Yeah.
wall, and you have a big cavity to hide things in.
Absolutely.
You talk about the grill, the grate. You just cut it off the sheetrock, and you got a cavity, and you just put a false grill back on there.
Oh, it's such a good idea.
You got one.
Oh, I love that. And you could even use the regular cavity if you want to, as long as nothing's blowing out around, you know, cash and whatever else, right?
Sucks it down and
Yeah, sucks it down or something like that, and you lose it. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's an awesome idea. Thank you for sharing that. So here's a real question. I don't know if you've heard about digital currencies in the news. Every country seems to be wanting to go to digital currencies in the future. It could be scary, yeah. Here's the question I want you guys to answer. What would you do? Like if digital currencies came about, how would you do a rainy day fund? What are some ideas?
Gift cards?
Gift cards? Possibly, right? Smith and Wesson. That's one way to do it, right?
Gold and silver, you know.
Yeah, you got it. So in the rest of this course, in the rest of this section, Thrivalist Step, in the rest of this section, oh man, long day. I'm going to do this. Thank you. Thank you guys for being patient. You guys are awesome. So let me just do this real quick. And I think that's the end of this video or this section. One big question that people talk about is what do we do if the countries go to digital currencies? Because that's a really big possibility. I mean, by the time people watch this video, it might be happening already. But countries all over the world are saying, let's get rid of cash and let's go to digital. How do you do a rainy day fund at that point? The truth is it's hard, okay? And the truth is you have to go to the rest of the videos I have in this section because we're going to be talking about precious metals and storing up valuable goods and all the different things you can trade later when you need to if you don't have any cash to be able to get the money or whatever you need to be able to survive a little bit longer during a long-term emergency. So let's end this video by having you decide, you guys watching this video, how are you going to do your rainy day fund? Okay, how much money, how long, all the things that you need to for your rainy day fund, all the things that you need to do for your rainy day fund, and then I'll see you on the next video. Okay. All right. Create a hedge against inflation. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay, I one is what people don't really think of. I've never heard friends and stuff talk much is develop a talent,
Absolutely.
or if you
We're going to hit that.
if you have a profession or something
Yeah.
that could be that could be marketable and
Yeah, you're hitting right on to my video.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
Yeah, you're doing good. Awesome. Okay. Okay. This video right here is a fun one because we're going to be talking about creating a hedge against inflation. And when I lived in Brazil through 50,000+ inflation over the 2 years I was there, I learned a ton of cool things. Now I'm going to take you back in time. Does anybody remember the show Heart to Heart? Okay, you guys remember that show? Okay, that was back in the 80s and it dates me a little bit. But what happened back in the 80s is they had these shows on TV where everybody that was important was a millionaire. Do you remember that? Like a millionaire, Heart to Heart. They were millionaires. They were him and his wife millionaires, right? Nobody ever talked about billionaires. Ever talked about billionaires. It was so far out of our realm that there could be a billionaire or it could be that many billionaires. But look what's happening today. Nobody even cares if you're a millionaire anymore, it seems. You have to be a billionaire to be anything these days.
Well, when I was a teenager,
Make sure to do the microphone.
when I was a teenager, I guess hitting my early 20s and stuff, they start talking about how $1 million wasn't going to mean that much, and I couldn't I couldn't fathom that because hundreds of just 200,000 or something seemed like so much, and I come up from where the 50s and stuff that bread was 25 cents,
Oh,
or something.
totally. Yeah.
So I just couldn't grasp that. I think millions are, $1 million isn't going to mean that much anymore.
Yeah.
And houses that cost less than mine, and ours was just, middle class that they're going for a quarter of $500,000 or more.
Crazy.
And I think, wow, it's true,
Yeah. I used to see pennies on the ground and I would pick them up and collect them as a kid. I mean, penny was awesome, right? You'd just get a bunch of pennies, put them in a glass jar, all that stuff, right? Collect as much as you can. How many of you guys have passed up a penny on the floor in the last year? Yeah, you throw them away. Oh my goodness, isn't that crazy?
From the store, if I have three.
Let's go microphone over here.
Now, if I get 3 pennies in change at a store, I'll throw it away with the receipt in the garbage,
Yeah.
and that's what I do.
That's why there's no pennies in it.
Yeah, no more pennies, right? He's throwing, it's him, right? He's the one doing it. No more pennies in the world. Yeah. But the interesting thing is, do you remember how much you could buy with a $100 bill? My mom, okay, my mom's Brazilian, my dad's Greek. I'm Greek-Zilican. I'm a little bit of everything. And I was born here in the United States, but a first-generation American. My mom and my dad, okay, the best thing they gave me in my life was nothing, okay? They didn't give me much of anything. But my sister, my brother, myself, we remember the day my mom gave us a $100 bill for a whole year to use for any clothes we needed for school. And that was such a huge deal, $100 for my mom. I'm like, wow, we remember that till this day. But do you remember how many things you could buy with a $100 bill? It was tons. And I'm going to give you an example. Let's go back to 1971. What happened in 1971 that was historic? Yeah, we went off the gold standard. Everything used to get backed by gold. Why did we go off the gold standard? Remember? Who was it? Yeah, Nixon, right? And he's saying we're hitting too much inflation. Got to go off the gold standard. We're going to go to a fiat currency. Look at this graph on the screen right now. Do you see that? 1971. Do you see what happened right there? And look what's happened since then. Did going off of the gold standard really help us? No. You look back in 1971, where was the Dow Jones in 1971? Isn't that crazy? 890. How much was an average new house in 1971? Okay, you guys are saying about $40,000. Average house, a little over 25,000. How about the average house rental? 150 bucks. Throughout the whole United States, obviously lower in some places, higher in others. What about the average income per year? Okay, you're saying 24,000? 10,000 for a whole year. What about gallon of gasoline? Oh, everybody answered on that one. You guys all had answers. That's awesome. Okay, 36 cents.
No,
That was the average.
to Utah in 71 is 24.9 at the gas station by my house
Yeah,
That's
in Utah.
in Utah.
In Utah.
This is average.
Average across the United States was 36 cents. Then we have 10 pounds of Idaho potatoes. Okay, $1.50. Do I hear it? 79 cents. Okay, 10-pound bag. Okay, $1. Okay, let's see what it is. 98 cents.
$100 bills.
Exactly. Okay, let's go a gallon of milk. Say 50 cents, 25 cents, $1. Let's see. It was 50 cents. Yeah, good job. That was awesome. Okay, yearly Harvard tuition. Okay, 25,000. What else? 2,500. Okay, 3,000. It was 2,600.
I'm 3 for 3 now.
You're doing pretty good. I know. You're winning the prize right now. All right. What about a movie ticket?
It was 50 cents for a kid and $1 for an adult.
Okay. Average across the United States was $1.50. Okay. Average new car. Got 2,000, 3,000, 2,800, 3,742. Dozen eggs. 25 cents, 20 cents, 40 cents, 49 cents, 30 cents, 53 cents average. What are they today? It's crazy, right? Yeah, it's just nuts.
$4 to $8.
Okay, candy bar.
5 cents.
Yeah,
10
10
cents.
cents.
Okay, on average, 10 cents. You guys got it. I remember those days.
And they were big.
And they were big. And they keep getting smaller and smaller. Like my Reese's peanut butter cups. They used to be really big, and now they're like this.
When you say really big, when I was a kid, we'd go trick or treating,
Yeah, get the microphone if you don't mind.
and we would take. our
When you were a kid, go
pillowcases.
ahead and start over.
Oh, when I was younger, when you go trick or treating,
Yeah.
the houses, and you got chocolate bars, and they were huge,
Oh, yeah.
huge, and we'd fill up our pillowcases and go back to get another because the bars, when you got chocolate bars, were huge,
Yeah.
and they're nothing, they're nothing.
They're so small now.
and the price,
And they're like over $1.
and that was no, and those huge ones were like 10 cents, 15
Yeah.
cents. That was it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, minimum wage. 1971. Okay, you got $3, $1.60, $2. Okay, $1.60. What's crazy is, I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Better Off Dead. If you guys know what I'm talking about. Better Off Dead is a movie where there's this little kid and he wants his $2 and he's chasing the guy around. He's a paper boy and he wants his $2 that the guy didn't pay him yet. So he's, I want my $2. Well, back in the day, I was a newspaper boy. And I had like 3 or 4 or 5 routes at the time, and I just would get up at 3, 4 in the morning to do my routes. Well, what was cool is that my other buddy friends that were newspaper guys, right? Newspaper deliverers. They would get up early in the morning as well. We all did it. And then we would get all our routes done. What is it? Route. We'd get our routes done. And then we would go get donuts. And that was a lot of money for us in the past to get a dozen donuts. Do you remember how much it was? $1.20. 10 cents a donut. And we're not talking about the cheap donuts, right? Okay, we're talking about the really good donuts. These are really good ones. Okay, and then we would go to the park as soon as the light came up, and we would have all these donuts and get so sick eating all of them with our big boombox. I'd bring my huge, gigantic boombox back in the 80s, and we'd play all this music, and we'd break dance and talk and everything else. And it was $1.20 for a dozen donuts. You can get one donut for $1.20 today.
I remember going to the store.
Let's get a microphone.
I was 10 at 1971, and I remember going to my grandpa owned a store.
Yeah.
And probably when I was a little bit younger, but I remember getting penny candy. Like I could get candy with a penny, and getting a whole bag of penny candy.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
How things have changed so much.
Yeah.
When I go back to my experience in Brazil, I learned a huge lesson from a hot dog vendor. We would be walking down the street, and I had dollars, and he knew I had dollars. I was American, and he knew I was American. And what would happen is the currency was changing so quickly that we had to go exchange money almost daily if we needed more money, because a dollar might give us 10 of their notes one day, the next day it might be 15, next day it might be 20, but the purchasing power was going down. So as much as I was trying to buy things, you just had to spend it quickly. So if we had a ton of money in our possessions, we just bought stuff as quick as we could, because the next day the price might go up so much higher, okay? And the value doesn't change. So you go from one of their notes up to 1,000 of their notes, you can still buy an apple with it, with 1,000 of their notes. Well, this hot dog vendor said, "Hey, are you going to the bank?" And I said, "Yeah, we're going to go to the bank." And he said, "Can I save you a trip?" And I'm like, "Sure." "What are they paying at the bank?" "Well, for one of my dollars, I can get 1,000 of your notes." "Well, I'll pay you 1,010 and save you a trip to the bank." "Seriously?" "Yeah, totally." "Okay, let's do it." I didn't understand the lesson at the time. Yeah. Do you see what he's doing? Okay, what he's doing is he's trading volatile money that's losing value very quickly, for something stable. So he said, "I'll take that dollar." Go ahead.
I served my mission in Chile.
Yeah.
Same thing occurred, but not to that extent. And everybody hoarded dollars when they could get them. And we also got our exchange outside of Chile for Chilean money.
Yeah.
So our exchange rate was very favorable and much more stable
Yeah.
than what you experienced there.
And he understood the value of that. That's what's interesting. Now, years later, after going out there, after living out there, right? I looked back at what he was doing, and I'm like, wow, brilliant. Teaching all this emergency preparedness stuff, I'm like, wow, brilliant. Because what he would do is he would save money in something stable, and then later on, when everybody is trying to get more money and everything else, like say one of their notes was worth $1, and then a month later it was worth 100 of their notes, and then a month later 1,000 of their notes, and then 10,000, then 100,000, then 500,000. He could just take the $1 on another day and exchange it for 500,000 of their notes. And he didn't lose all that value over that time. Brilliant. Well, I'm going to show you how to do that here in the United States with our dollar, right? If I were to go back into 1965, when the minimum wage was $1.25, if I were to take that right there, okay, and I were to pay you $1.25, and with today's wages going on, right, which are overly high, by the way, way high. I mean, way over the minimum wage right now. Just people trying to keep up with things. But if I were to give you that $1.25 and say, "Hey, thanks for working, for me for an hour," what would you do? I'd probably be in prison pretty soon, with today's standards, right? For $1.25. But if you were to take that, if you were to take that $1.25 from pre-1965, so 1964, 1963, and before, you would have had 90% silver in that coin. that $1.25, I would take over minimum wage in a heartbeat. At today's value, it's about 30 bucks. That's how things have changed. I'll show you an example right here. 5 of these coins, right there. 5 of these silver coins. $1.25 back in 1965. You would take in a heartbeat, 30 bucks. Does that make sense? Because silver holds on to its value.
It wasn't no quarter.
It wasn't, but I didn't want to. I didn't have time to find. I didn't have time to find the other ones. So I just grabbed it. Anyways, so just to give you a feel for what happened I'm going to give you a feel for what happened inflation-wise. If you guys look at the screen right here, if you had $1,000 at the beginning of 1989 and you went all the way to the end of 1990, that $1,000 would be turned into $537. $537,270. How do you say that? 537,270. Okay, $537,270. Is that right?
Don't say dollars twice. Say dollars.
Just once, right? Okay. This is I'm getting a lesson here. This is really fun. Okay. That $1,000 would be $537,270. No, let's try it again. That $1,000 would be $537,270. I can't believe I did it. So when you're talking about hedging against inflation, my 2 suggestions is to look at gold and silver. A lot of times those are sold in different means, right? Troy ounces, bars, and everything else. A Troy ounce, by the way, if you've heard the name Troy ounce, it's named after a guy from France or something like that. But basically, it's not exactly an ounce. It's actually about 10% over an ounce. It's just a little bit more. They call it a Troy ounce. You're getting a little bit more for the bang, exactly. Or getting a little more bang for the buck. Yep, you're getting a little bit more bang for the buck. Yep, you're right. If we're going to go to the gold eagle, which is the standard minted gold coin here, and I'll just show you guys what that looks like. Right here is a gold eagle. Okay, you can see right there. Okay, gold eagle. That right there is an awesome coin to have. I'm going to go through some of the pros and cons. I'm going to go through some of the pros and cons of having gold. First of all, one of the reasons why nations put a lot of money into gold instead of silver is because you can have a lot of money in a little bit of space. Where you might need only a handful of gold to get all your money's worth, you might need a room full of silver to take its place. So you can get more money in precious metal with less space with gold if you have the money to do that. Another one is it's easier to store because it's smaller. You don't have to hide it in different places all over your house. It's also less volatile than silver. So when gold goes up a little bit, sometimes silver shoots up a lot. When gold goes up a little bit, sometimes silver shoots up a lot. And then when gold goes down a little bit, sometimes silver shoots up way faster than you can imagine. So silver goes all over the place, but gold is just kind of more stable. The cons are it's expensive. Just for one coin, you're spending thousands of dollars. And also it's harder to buy and sell during an emergency because sometimes you try to trade in, and also it's harder to sell and buy during an emergency. Also, it's harder to buy and sell during an emergency because imagine trying to trade one little coin for something with somebody else. How much are your eggs, right? Okay, that coin is worth so much that people can't do it unless you can find somebody who professionally trades to give that coin to. When it comes to silver, there's pros and cons as well. Excuse me. When it comes to silver, there's pros and cons as well. First of all, it's easier to buy and sell because it's all over the place and it's smaller, right? It's an industrial metal. Why is that important? Because it's being used up in a lot of the electronics. So if you were to go back to earlier, about 100 years ago, there was a, what was it, 1 to 15? I'm going blank. It's 1 to 15, 1 to 16 ratio. So for every one piece of gold, 1 ounce of gold, there would be 15 or 16 ounces of silver. Today, if you look online, it's probably, you know, the trading is at about 1 to 80, which means it's a good time to buy, right? And at the same time, it's probably not 1 to 15 ratio or 1 to 16 ratio today, because we're using up so much silver that it's a lot less of available silver to buy up. So silver actually probably has more value if it wasn't being manipulated like it's being manipulated right now. There's also usually better margins, especially because of it going up so high. You can buy it for cheaper, and when it goes volatile, if you sell it at the right time, you can get a lot more money from it. And the cons are, if you're buying a whole bunch of it, where do you store it? And also, remember how we talked about it's volatile, right? You can lose a lot of money if you sell it at the wrong time. My suggestion is don't sell it. Hold on to it, right? A lot of people get super emotional about buying silver and gold. And what happens is they'll buy it at 30 and then it goes down to 22. And they're like, I lost all my money. This isn't the stock market we're talking about. This is a hedge against inflation. If it goes down to 22, guess what I do? I buy more. I hold on to the 30 and I buy more of 22. And then just keep buying, because someday it might be up to 100 or 70 or 100 or 1,000 or who knows what. If you look at, I don't have this slide, but I'm going to do it. If you look at this picture of the U.S., if you look at the picture of the U.S. debt clock, I don't know how real this is or not, but take a look at where silver used to be, and take a look at what they project silver should be right now. It's a huge difference. Same thing with gold. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know. But the point is, silver is way down where it should be right now. And there'll be a day when it goes up. Same thing with gold. And when you trade it at the right time, that'd be awesome, right? But so don't get emotional about it. Just remember to just keep buying if you can and just keep saving up. But also, I believe there will be a day that silver and gold won't even be worth anything. What do I mean by that? Okay? If things get that bad, where stores shut down and everything else, food's more important. And you can't eat silver and you can't eat gold. If I were to tell you what my favorite is, it's silver. I'm leaning towards gold lately because I'm seeing the silver market manipulated so much that I'm wondering, is it ever going to be released? Is it ever going to grow? But in the end, silver is still my favorite. And when it comes to silver, there's a lot of ways you can do it. You can do bars, you can do what's called rounds, you can do junk silver, you can do government minted coins. Do you guys know the difference between all of those? Does anybody want me to go into that deeper? Okay, let's go into that a little bit deeper. I'll pull up a few of these. First of all, let's talk about bars. Now, this is a bar right here. This is a silver bar. I also have gold bars. Here's a gold bar right here. Okay, this is a 1 ounce. This is a 1 ounce silver bar. This is a 10 ounce silver bar. Can you see that okay, Kyle? All right. This right here, if you're going to do it, I'm going to recommend don't get anything that is so generic that nobody knows it's silver. You know, is it really silver, right? It should say 0.99 or 999 or 9999 or something like that when it comes to the type of silver it is. People should be able to see fine silver should be coming from a well-recognized mint, so nobody has to question what it is. My recommendation, and this is from experience, I used to go out and buy 100-ounce silver bars, and they were the cheapest thing out there, so why not get a bunch of them? I ended up selling all those and losing money on it in the trade, because during an emergency, how hard is it to sell or trade a 1,000-ounce bar? So I went to 10 ounce at the most, with 1 ounces as well. More of these. You also have what's called a round. And a round is a generic coin. And I don't know if you can zoom in on this, Kyle, but this is a round right here. This is called a silver round. This is not done by the government. It's done by a private mint. They can make it look like a government coin. You see how this looks so much like a government coin? It has a Indian on the back, on the front. It has a buffalo on the back. You're like, oh wow, that looks totally government minted. But they could put anything on this. They could put Mickey Mouse on this. It doesn't matter. It's a round. It's a silver round. This is not my favorite. Like I would tell you, if I were to prioritize things, I would say this is at the lowest in the totem pole for me. Because people, a lot of times, they can't tell if it's real or not. Because it doesn't look like it looks like a government coin, but don't fool me. I know what the real ones look like. And you can have anything on it at all. So I would say these are the worst ones, in my opinion, to store up. I would say better than this would be the government minted old coins, right? Which is the junk silver. Now, the reason why it's called junk silver is not because it's junk. The reason it's called junk silver is because it has no numismatic value. Numismatic, what that means is you're buying a coin for tradable value. So these right here in this plastic case, these are numismatic coins. I don't recommend you ever buy them. This is what you buy because it's rare, because it's never used, it's still in a case, and you can trade the coins for a lot more money. Well, yeah, for coin collectors, exactly. But during an emergency, people don't care about that. During an emergency, they just want the money. In fact, if you have a $2,000 coin that usually is $100 like this, right? But it's $2,000 because it is so rare. During an emergency, they'll say, well, it's still 1 ounce. I'll just pay you what 1 ounce is worth. So it really doesn't matter. So I would stay away from anything numismatic. Well, those coins, right? The ones we're talking about, that are government minted junk silver, right? They're not junk. They're just, they're common, they're easy to get and everything else. I used to collect these a lot and I thought they were the best thing in the world. The problem is a lot of people during an emergency don't know what the value of this is. It's hard to tell. 90%, what does that mean? 25%, 90%. Hold on a sec, I got to try to figure out the math. So it's a little bit harder to figure out. If I were to tell you what my favorite ones are, I would say simply, it's going to be a bar, okay? That's really easy to tell that it's 999 or 9999. It's really pure, it says fine silver and everything on it. Or I would do what's called government minted other coins. Like this one right here is a silver American Eagle. So you can take a look at it, and I'll just put it head up right there. If you can look at that in the video. This is a silver American Eagle. These are my favorite. They're the most expensive, but nobody questions them, and they're the most sought after during an emergency and before an emergency. This is what people would want. It's easy to recognize. It's 1 troy ounce, right? The bars are still good. I mean, a lot of people say, well, don't do the bars or do the bars. What I found out is a lot of people recommend what they sell. And if you talk to enough dealers, enough people will say, it doesn't matter. You can bring anything in, I'm going to buy it, right? And other people say, well, I prioritize the silver Eagles, but then I'll buy the bars next, and I'll buy this next, and I'll buy this next. If everyone's trying to trade in everything at one time, these are my pecking orders, right? I'm going to want these first. So there's a lot of reasons to do it. If you want to go to other ones, I'll give you some other examples. All these coins right here are from different countries, but they're still easily recognizable in the United States to people who understand silver. This one right here is a Britannia, okay? And these are different countries, right? Britannia from England, from Britain. Here's an Australian kangaroo. Okay, here you have a Canadian maple leaf. Here you have a South African cougaran right there.
Do those all have different values too?
They're all the same. It goes on a thing called spot value. It's the spot on value. It's the excuse me. Let me do this. I'll just show you. I don't know if I should go through all these or not, but I could. But I could probably go quickly on those. That's what it is right there. It's the spot value, or the on-the-spot value, which is the market trading price, right? It's what people are paying for it today. That's what spot value is, and that's what it's based on. Now, obviously, people trading it, dealers are going to add money to the spot value, and then when you go to exchange it back, they're going to take it down below it. That's how they make their money. And if you're going to exchange it during an emergency, if you have dealers, which most likely you're going to have dealers exchanging this stuff, right, being the middleman because they're good at trading, right, you just go to a good reputable trader or dealer. I'm going to go a little bit further for you guys if you guys want. And I'll show you something pretty interesting. The coin that is the most the coin that's the most counterfeited out there is going to be the silver American Eagle. Yeah. And I ended up going to different dealers and I said, do you have any fake silver American Eagles? And they said, yeah. And I said, I'll buy them. And I got a bunch of them because I can always use these in an emergency to give it to someone and they think it's real. And somebody who's trying to rip me off or hold up a gun or whatever, I'll just give them some stuff, right? Because now they think they won, but it's just a fake coin. But you wouldn't be able to tell. If I were to put these up right here, okay, and I'll just show it on the screen as well. If you can zoom in. No, it's fake. It might be silver plated sometimes, right? But I'm going to put these both up right there. And I don't know if you can see those, Kyle, in the video. But I'm going to have you guys tell me which one's the real one, which one's the fake one. Okay, which one's real? Okay, you guys say this one's real? Okay, how many say this one's real? Okay, you're going to say? Awesome. Let's take a look at it. You ready? You changed. It's hard to tell, right? It's really hard to tell. I'll tell you how to tell. You listen for it. Here goes. You ready? You're going to hear the difference. Listen to this. Okay. Here goes. Ready? The fake one's going to have a higher ting. That's the fake one. Yeah. Ready? That's fake. This one's real.
Yeah, but if you were to put a hole in the top of each of them and hang them in your backyard, the fake one makes it much better.
Yeah, exactly.
Better, what do you call those? Chimes.
Yeah, you can use the fake ones for chimes, right? In the backyard, right? Scare off some birds, right? Okay. So the reason I bring this up is because a lot of people are getting duped. And when you're going out there, especially when the economy gets worse and worse and worse, people get more dishonest over time. And the suggestion I have is if you're going to buy silver, buy it from a reputable source. Make sure that they are really selling you silver. Don't just go on the classified ads and somebody's giving an amazing price better than everybody else. And you're like, sweet, man, I'm getting silver for so cheap. Question it. Because there's a lot of fake stuff out there. I actually have even the other $50. I don't know if I have some out here. I do have some out here. These right here are the second most. These are the second most faked coin out there. And this right here is the $50, right? Or is it the dollar? I'm doing blank on this. Yeah, this is $1. This is $1. Sorry, it's the $1. This right here is one's fake and the other one isn't. I don't know if you can tell which one's fake and which one isn't. Okay, which one? Who says this one is fake? Who says this one is fake? Okay, let's find out. You ready? Here goes. Wait, I messed it up. Okay, this fake or this fake?
Yeah. This one's fake on
This one's fake?
Yeah.
Okay, let's listen. Ready? Here goes.
Oh, it doesn't make a noise.
And this one. Actually, they're both fake. Did I grab the wrong one? I grabbed the wrong one. Okay, ready?
Oh, that's
Okay. And that one's real right there. So anyways, you got to be able to know the difference. Now, the same thing happens in gold, by the way. And if you look at gold, I've got real gold, which I put right here, and I'm missing a coin. So I got real gold right here. Okay, this is real gold. This right here is fake. And I bought this from a dealer. By the way, the dealer with the silver got duped. He bought the coins thinking they were real silver and they weren't. And he was like bummed out because he lost a lot of money. And I bought it up from him. But this is fake right here. This right here, fake. Fake gold. This right here, fake. This one right here, fake. Okay? This one even has all the, oh, actually, no, this one is real. This one is fake. But this one right here, you can tell it has all the little, the code and everything on back here. But so do these other ones. Sometimes they do a good job of faking it. It has the NTC, has the NGC here. Okay? They fake it just a little bit. Now, this one right here is the worst of all the fake ones. Right here. Don't fall for this because it's actually, it's chocolate. And you can eat these. And they're really good.
Oh, I think I can make.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, who wants some chocolate? I'll throw out a couple of these. There's some chocolate for you. Chocolate for you. Any more? Awesome. Right here? Yep. There you are. Back there. Awesome. You guys got some chocolate. Mike? One left? There you go. Awesome.
Yeah, it even doesn't look like real true gold.
Yeah, it doesn't look like true gold. All right, let's go ahead and see what what else we're going to do.
Question.
Yeah.
So what if we go digital? Where does your coin?
If we go digital, the coins still have value.
For the meltdown value type.
Oh yeah, I mean, you can trade. Like, I'm going to give you an example right here. If we were to go digital, okay, paper dollars might be worth nothing, but silver and gold is still worth something until we get to a point where all the stores shut down. Then food's more important than silver and gold. This is a company that's doing goldbacks, right? They're actually putting real gold into currencies, right? Now, I have mixed feelings about this. I mean, it's real gold. I can trade this. But if nobody knows what it is during an emergency, are they going to question me? Definitely. So there has to be enough people that know what this is to be able to trade it. But it's still real gold. Yeah, you can see one.
I never knew that was.
Yeah. Yeah, they're amazing. They're beautiful, like gold. It's shiny, right? But again, people have to know what it is. They have to have enough.
Is that the Utah? Was there a Utah gold buck or something?
Yeah, this is the Utah
that is?
Goldback.
Okay.
And then there's a bunch of other states that do it as well.
Okay. And what about the little things you can bust off and give somebody a chunk of gold? What you going to talk about that?
You could use that. I mean, as long
What are
as
those?
people.
I don't even know what those are called.
Yeah, the thing about it is you can use it. It's a little credit card. You can break it off and then you give a chunk of gold and stuff. But if people don't know what it is, again, same thing. If people don't know what it is, they're going to question you. So if you have a coin that everybody recognizes, it's a lot easier. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I don't think the world's going to know anything more about gold than we do right here.
People get educated during emergencies. You think they don't know about it, but people get educated quickly during an emergency, especially when you're doing trading. They know what's real, what's not real.
Goldbacks will get more popular.
Yeah, they're getting more popular. So I have some. Why not? I like to diversify, right? You know, it's not bad. I put it in. It's real gold. But at the same time, I know that I could take a silver piece and I can trade this easily and people know what it is. And there's no question. It's a 1 ounce, right? 1 troy ounce. I'm going to give you some parameters for silver and gold, okay, for hedging against inflation, for having some type of asset that's liquid like this. My parameter is the following. Have, if you can, have 3 months worth of hedge against inflation, silver, gold, whatever you decide, stored up. Try to get to a year or more if you can. Now, if you can't do any of that, something is better than nothing. Just get started if you can. But if you have the means, or your family has the means, or your relatives have the means, or you can team up with some people, make sure there's enough that if things get really, really bad in the future, then you can use that silver and gold. In fact, we looked at that slide earlier where I showed you the inflation that happened in Brazil. Remember I showed you the $1,000, and then I showed you that in the end it would have been worth $500 and something thousand. I would have loved to have that much silver back in the day to take that and pay off my house super fast. with that inflation. So there's good things you can do with it beyond just paying for food. All right. I don't know if I will go through these really quickly or not, but I'll just give them to you because then you guys will learn. And I'll just go through them fast. You guys want to learn this stuff or no? Is it too much or good? Okay, I'll just go. When we're talking about bars and rounds, they have a lower premium. You can get a better spot price. There's 1,000-ounce bars. There's 100-ounce bars, 10 ounce or less. Or anyways, 1 ounce bars. And I would recommend, like I said, 10 ounces or less. You want it from a reputable company or reputable mine. And it's easily recognized, like Johnson Matthey or Engelhard or others. You want it to say 999 on it somewhere, or 9999, and fine silver if possible. Junk silver, it's an informal term that we use for it. It's no numismatic value. What fair condition means is that it's not brand new. It's not a collectible coin. It has scratches on it. It's a little bit dirty and all, but it's still usable. You can still see it. It's not all scraped off. That's called fair condition. It's anything that's 1965 or earlier. There are different percentages, but right around that time is going to be 90%. There's half dollars and quarters. Half dollars and quarters is going to be the most popular. You have usually a lower price for them, or usually can get them for cheaper than regular. You can usually get them cheaper than what's it called, American Eagles. You can usually get them cheaper than American Eagles. They're easily recognizable. Smaller coinage and easier because it's a smaller coin. You can easily trade it. If people know what it is. It doesn't say silver on them, so people are going to have to know that it's actually silver. And during an emergency, like I said, sometimes it's harder because you actually have to know what it's worth. And the cool thing about it is if it's a government minted coin, like these are, or like the silver American Eagles are, or the gold American Eagles and everything else, they're legal tender in Arizona, Oklahoma, Utah, Texas, Louisiana, Tennessee, Kansas, Wyoming, Indiana, South Carolina, West Virginia, Missouri, and other states are coming on board. There's government minted coins as well, and these are easily recognizable. These are easily recognizable. You want to have a 9999 or a 999 or 9999 fine silver on it. I'm sorry. They are 9999 fine. I can't even say fine. Slow down, right? They are 9999 fine silver. Usually they're gonna be a higher premium. And because they're smaller coinage, you can actually trade them as well, and you can use them in different states as legal tender. You don't have to pay taxes on them, right? Let's see. And then let's see, the last thing is, okay, the last thing I want to say before we end this video is be careful where you store be careful where you store. The last thing I want to talk about here in this video is be careful where you store it. Make it so it's harder to find, and don't brag about what you have. I just did a little bit of bragging. Everybody's like, I'm going to get that, right? But the thing about it, yeah, you want to find out where I live. But the truth is, you don't want to tell people you have silver. Just keep it under wraps, right? Just keep it very private.
The gentleman you had come a year and a half or so ago from down south,
Yeah.
he had a very good tip for storing it because he's a dealer.
Yeah.
And he said he kept it in his safe. He had a little bit in his safe, and he kept the safe open.
Yeah.
So if somebody ever broke into his house, that's where they were going to go. But that wasn't where his stash was.
Exactly. They think they're getting everything.
Oh, you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's a decoy.
Yeah, it's a decoy.
And it's a great idea. I use decoys. I think decoys are very, very smart. Yeah, so, yeah, bolts and nuts, exactly. That's the idea.
Here it is.
Yeah. And
Probably the fake one.
okay, so to end this, to wrap up this video, I want you to decide how to wrap up this video. I want you to decide how you will hedge against inflation. Have to figure out Figure out how much you want to do, how long you want it to be for, how it's going to cover your bills, and put yourself in a position where you never have to choose between paying for your house or paying for your food. And put yourself in a position where you never have to choose between paying for your house or paying for your food in a really bad economic disaster. Oh man, I'm just going to look at the camera. And put yourself in a position where you never have to choose for your family whether you have to pay for your house or pay for your food during an emergency, because you have the hedge against inflation, because you have the backup you need for that emergency. That's good enough. All right, let's do this. Store up extra supplies. Okay. All right, in this video, we're going to talk about storing up extra supplies. And this is something my wife and I tried to figure out a long time ago. We were looking at everything we had done to get prepared for emergencies. We had our food, we had our fuel, we had our, generators, all the different things. We had our water stored up, we had our filters. We had all these different things we had all these things stored up, but then we thought, wait a minute, what would happen if every single bank and store closed down for 12 months or more? What would we want to buy today to be able to prepare for that? What would we want to buy today? What would we want to buy today? What would we want to buy today to be able to prepare ourselves for that and maintain our standard of living? And another question to get you guys in the mindset here is, imagine, for example, you knew for sure 30 days from now, everything you're buying in every single store is going to go up 100 times. If it costs $1 now, it's going to cost $100 in 30 days. And it's going to stay like that indefinitely. What would you do to prepare for that? What things would you buy? What would you prioritize? If you have all your preparedness done, you have your, everything taken care of food-wise and everything else, what else would you get? And I'm going to give you another example. Today, knowing you would be out. And I'll give you another example to put you inside the mind frame of it. If you knew you were going to lose your job and you're not going to have a job for the next year, 2 years, 3 years, and you want to maintain your standard of living, what are you going to buy? What are you going to store up? If you have plenty of means right now, paychecks coming in, and in the next 6 months or so you're going to lose your job and it's going to be a couple years, but you got the money right now to use it, what are you going to buy to be able to maintain your standard of living? Also, how long do you want supplies for? Do you want them for 90 days in that type of circumstance? Do you want them for a year, for 7 years? Here in Utah, we have the pioneers. They came over and settled this area. Do you know what they were recommended to save up back in the day, back in the 1800s? How much they were recommended to prepare for? It was 7 years. 7 years. It's the Joseph of Egypt principle. It's what they did with Masada and with the Greeks and other people, where they store up to prepare for bad times for 7 years. You look at scriptures, if you believe in your scriptures and all that stuff, they talk about 7 years, all these tribulations and everything else that could happen for a long period of time. So when I was in Brazil, I learned that big lesson. What I learned is buy things when they're cheap and store them up. And there's certain things that you could buy all day long that you're going to be able to store up. I'm going to give you an example of what happened to me. Probably about 10 years ago, we went through a big fraud in my company. Put my wife and I basically a bankruptcy. People were telling us to go bankrupt because that's how bad things were. We couldn't even spend $1, literally. We didn't have $1 to spend. I was working on the business trying to keep it alive, didn't go into bankruptcy, told everybody I will pay you every cent back of everything that happened. And they said, you don't have to. And I said, yes, I do. I hired the guy. I will pay you back. Okay. At that time, I was working during the daytime on the business, and then I'd go work a call center job at nighttime, selling things with people smoking all around me and trying to breathe in all that stuff. Awesome people, but it's just not the environment I loved. And at the same time, you do what you need to do. We couldn't even afford anything. And I remember that my wife and I wanted to go on a date, and we got gift cards that people gave us. We went to Texas Roadhouse, asked them for free bread and free honey butter, and we went to all these different places with free things. And we had $1. We found $1. We got $1, and we spent $1, I think, on something. I can't remember what it was. Tax for something. I can't remember, but it was $1. That's all we had to spend, and we got through the date. Now, around that time, I couldn't even give my wife Christmas presents, anything like that. It was just so difficult. And she came home with this face like, oh no, how do I tell Marcelo? And she came up to me, she said, I went shopping. And I'm like, you did what? And she goes, I went shopping. I said, what are you thinking? Like, we don't have the money. Like, where did you go shopping? She said, the dollar store. I said, the dollar store, how many things did you buy? She said, 5 things. And I'm like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's $5. So on the screen right here, I'm showing you. $5. And I sat there and said, thank you for being such a good person, not spending a ton of money when we didn't have it. And I said, we'll figure out a way to do $5. We'll figure out how to make through that. We made it through all that tough time because we made it through that tough time partially because we had a lot of stuff saved up. we made it through that tough time partially because we had a bunch of stuff saved up before that happened, because we practiced emergency preparedness. That's how important this is. I'm going to show you a picture right here. This is a video I did a while ago. This is a video I did a while ago with my previous course that I'm refilming right now. And I showed a bunch of things that you can get, that you can store up that aren't going to go bad. Now, some of them are going to go bad, and you got to know what the differences are. There's baby wipes, baby diapers, there's various batteries, there's going to be some medication, vegetable seeds, some fuels, certain oils, pet foods, things like that. And by the way, on the diapers, isn't it weird that they have baby diapers that are called Loves and Huggies and Pampers, right? And so you think, oh, the baby just pooped in this diaper. I'm going to love it and pamper it, and I'm going to hug it, and it's called Huggies. But when you get older, they changed the name completely. And I wondered about that, and I go, why do they call it Depends? It's because when the older person poops their pants, they're like, should I hug them? Should I not? It all depends, right? Yeah, right? It changes everything. So I think that's the reason why they do it. Now, if you store up enough diapers, you can use them when you're a baby, and you can use them later in life, right? So just maybe just leave them there, right? Some things you don't need to rotate are going to be things like toilet paper. Oh. Did I totally forget to set it up? Can you guys help me just bring this stuff up real quick? Oh, yeah. Good. Yeah. Just stay away from the chocolate. That's mine. Okay, we'll just do this. We'll put it up here in front. Nobody will be able to tell. Put it right here. Okay. All right. So there's a bunch of things that you can store for a long period of time, and I just put a few of them on the table here so you can see them. But there's toilet paper and soap and hair ties and guitar strings. If you play guitar, you can do a makeup or toothbrushes, shaving. Yeah, thank you. That's a good idea. There. That works. Okay. I probably should have switched it out earlier, but oh well. Your money's out of your back. Is it really? Jeez. I know. That's crazy. There. That's so funny. I got to remember all this stuff. All right. There's a bunch of things that you don't need to switch out either, and I put a few of them up here right here just for you to see. And I just barely put up a few of it, and I put up a few of these up here for you to see. But We have toilet paper, soap, you have hair ties, guitar strings if you play guitar, makeup, toothbrushes, shaving razors, you have first aid supplies, hair cutting kits. That's a cool one for me because when I was imagining what we would do if we couldn't go to even a barber or a hair cutting salon for a year, I was like, well, how would we do that? So guess what I did? I went and bought a hair cutting kit. Guess what I do? I cut my own hair every single time. Now, do not say anything about my hair if it looks really bad, okay? But the thing about it is I'm getting pretty good at it to the point where I can do most of it and my wife has to just clean it up a little bit. And she learned how to cut her hair as well. She pulls it forward, cuts it, and she does a great job. And with that, you have printer paper, you have patches for clothes you can save up, staples for staplers. You can have paper plates and garden supplies and rodent traps and bell bottoms. Oh, bell bottoms. Wait a minute. Do those stay in or stay out? Yeah. They keep coming back, right? So if you save up your bell bottoms, if you save up your bell bottoms long enough, they will come back in style. So every 10 years, you got your bell bottoms. Now, this is a good point because I learned something big about doing it wrong in the past. When we were doing all this, I saved up everything. You're talking about, shoelaces, talking about extra clothes. And I opened them up years later to be able to organize them, see what I have and everything else. And a lot of the clothes either didn't fit or they're way out of style and I would never even want to be able to use them, even in an emergency. So what I figured out is, for the most part, I'm going to have plenty of clothes that I use normally, and then I'm going to have some backups like underwear and everything else, just in case, right? And a few clothes here and there that I know aren't going to go out of style, like bell bottoms, right? Okay, yeah. Did you have a comment? Okay. So why isn't this clicking? Yeah, I think it is. There it goes. All right. I'm going to have you look at this list that I created, and you can use your workbooks as well. Just go ahead and mark off all the different things that you think you would want to gather as far as extra supplies go. So if anything really bad did happen, you have all the things that you normally would purchase at cheap prices, right? At today's prices instead of tomorrow's, that might be a lot more expensive, but you would have that on hand for an emergency to be able to handle that time period. Why isn't this working? Okay. There it is. To be able to keep your standard of living during a long-term emergency. I'm going to have you answer a couple questions to, is it wrapping this up? Let's see. Yeah. I'm going to have you answer a few questions before we wrap. I'm going to have you answer a few questions before we wrap up this video. First of all, how many months or years do you want to be prepared for with extra supplies? How many of each item do you need for that time period? Which things need to be rotated regularly? Which of those things need to be rotated regularly? And then you can create a schedule where you rotate those things. There's usually very few, but write those down. And how will you rotate those items regularly? And finally, how are you going to create a system to be able to rotate those things regularly? Then as the challenge I'm going to give you to wrap this video up, as the challenge for this video, I'm going to give you as the challenge for this video, I'm going to give you 3 things to do. First of all, take some time to create a list of at least 25 items that you would want to buy extra of. Prioritize that list so you know what to buy first, second, third, fourth, especially if you don't have the money and you need to figure out what to pay for first. And finally, just go shopping. Get it done. Get going on it. Anyway, I'll see you on the next video, and we're doing awesome so far. You guys are cruising along. Anyways, let me just change that again. All right, we're cruising along, and I'll see you on the next video. All right, let's go to create ways to barter and trade. And I'm just going to see, I think this is a short one. Yes, that's it. Okay. We're going to go faster to this one. Oh, thank you for doing that. I forgot. Yeah, we're taking away all this. Thank you. And thank you. And I think I'm just going to grab this and I'll clean it up later. But I know it's a mess, but I'll do this. It's kind of fun playing with all this. Say again? Yeah. Throw it in the air. Okay. And I grab this, that, take all these. Actually, it's probably easier just to say again. Yeah. All right. You can always what? Burn it for fuel, yeah. Or use it for the birds in the backyard, right? Like we talked about. Okay, can somebody help me grab the rest of the stuff and take it off? You don't mind? Like all this right here. And all right, anybody want one more chocolate? There you go. All right, thank you for catching that, by the way, because I would have totally missed it. Right. All right. Now we get to the point where we talk about ways of bartering and trading, and we touched on this a little bit earlier, but we're going to go into now we're going to go into ways of bartering and trading, and we talked a little bit about this earlier, but we're going to go into a lot more depth at this point. If all the banks closed, if there was no stores, if things were really, really bad, if all the banks closed and there were no more, I can't even say it. If all the banks closed and there were no more, slow down, thank you. If all the banks closed and there were no more stores, I can't say it. Thank you. Okay. If all the banks were to close and the economy shut down, no stores, no place to buy anything, silver and gold become worthless, right? What would you trade? What would you do at that point? That becomes a little bit tougher. Somebody told me once that if you need it for emergencies, so does everybody else. So my recommendation is get more of the stuff you need for emergencies. If things are going to get that bad, get some extra stuff. Now, one of the things a lot of people say is to get booze, to get cigarettes, and my recommendation is not to do that. The reason I say no is because do you want to attract those people to your house? If they have addictions, they're probably going to be a little bit more. If they have addictions, they're probably going to be a little bit more desperate. Not saying they're bad people, not saying everybody who drinks or has addictions are bad people, but you have the chance of attracting more bad people or desperate people at that point. So I say stay away from it. The things I do say have on hand are the things I do recommend. I'm giving you a list, a huge list inside your workbook that you can check off and use. And I say stuff, I recommend stuff like clean water, water filters, canned food, matches, lighters, fuels, candy, toilet paper, soap, shampoo, other hygiene supplies, batteries, first aid supplies, garden seeds, silver, gold, and of course the most important addiction, chocolate, right?
You can satisfy that addiction.
You can satisfy that addiction, exactly. So go ahead and use the list I gave you in your workbook and go ahead and check off the things that you think you would want as tradable goods during emergencies and pick at least 5 of them that you could trade and trade successfully in your neighborhood, your location, for your situation, for your emergency. Of course, if you don't have stuff to sell, things to sell, you can always use skills. And a lot of people don't understand there's a ton of skills. Everybody has a skill. There are people that know self-defense. You might know radio communications or construction. You might know radio communication or construction, leadership skills, culinary skills, entertainment, woodworking, metalworking, social networking, psychology. You can help people through their problems. Hunting, trapping. Hunting, trapping. You might be an electrician or a plumber. You might know how to deliver babies, or have first aid or medical skills, negotiating skills. There's so many different things. So I want you to go through this list and mark off the different things in the workbook that you think you can contribute to during an emergency, and maybe trade those skills to be able to provide your family or yourself with the necessities that you need for that emergency. And that's, yeah, and I'll say that. How did I finish it? I just don't remember. So I want you to go through this list, and I want you to pick the things that you think you can, and I want you to go through this list I want you to go through this list in the workbook and mark off anything that you or your family might have as a skill, or a skill you can develop, so that you can actually trade skills for products during an emergency, or maybe even skills for skills or something else. Let's see what's this. Okay. Super easy to do and super important. I'll see you on the next video. Okay, and next video is conclusion for this. Ready? Man, can you believe it? You are at the end of Thrivalist step number 6, and we only have one more Thrivalist step to go. We're almost done. This is super exciting. Great job. Keep going. I'll see you in the next section, Thrivalist step number 7, where we're talking about helping others get prepared and creating your Thrivalist community. Okay, we got through that. Do you guys, I've taken up so much of your time. The next one we could get through. I think it's a little bit shorter. It's helping others get prepared in community building. Do you guys want to do that, or should we, can you guys handle another 30 minutes or no? Are you pretty exhausted? Are there any people who can go another 30 minutes, or, yeah? You can go another 30? Okay.
That just helps you knock it out.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it done so I can, I've got about 27 more videos to go. And so I'm just trying to get them all done. I have 27 total, so we're knocking out a bunch. But let me just show you what it is. And then I can let you guys decide if you want to or not. But where's my glasses? Thank you guys. I mean, seriously, you're helping me out a ton. I hope I'm helping. I hope I'm giving more than I'm taking, because that's one of my goals in life, always to give more than I take. Helping others prepare in community building. Let's see. Actually, this is a really good one. Hold on, where is it? Okay. I might be able to knock this out. I know it looks big, but I might be able to knock this out really fast, if you guys are up for it. Can you guys stick it out just a little bit, and we'll try to go fast on this? Okay, let's try this. This is the last of the Thrivalist steps, so it's a little bit sad. You know, we've gone this whole way, and we're getting to the very end, but at the same time, hold on. This is the last of the Thrivalist steps, and it's a little bit sad. We're getting to the very end, but at the same time, it's exciting because you guys have done so much work, and we're almost done. We are almost done. Now, when it comes to helping others get prepared, I'm going to tell you a story. When I was doing survival classes, about 20 some years ago, I was being trained by one of the top survivalists in the nation. And he told us a story about one of his students that went out into the desert with him and his group. Now, they were surviving, I think, 30 days in the desert. And at the time, this guy was like revered. I mean, everybody looked at him because he knew so much about survival, until they had gotten so far out there that they couldn't get back in time before they died, right? Or at least they thought that. And they ran out of food completely and couldn't find any food. So they started getting really desperate and started getting really weak and started complaining. People were really worried, and some people crying and everything else, all the difficult things that they were going through emotionally. And they found a can in the desert of beans. that was open, and there were only a couple dried beans at the very bottom of the can. Now, that's not enough to sustain anything. Who knows if it was even good, or maybe it got you sick or whatever else, but the amount of energy you would take just chewing that thing probably was more than it was even going to give you in nutrition. But what happened is this guy ended up taking the can away from everybody and saying, it's mine, get away from me. And he lost it. The person who everybody thought was going to be the most controlled and the highest, besides the teacher, right? The highest knowledge of everybody in the class lost it. The point I make with this is that you never know what's going to happen during an emergency. You do not know how you'll react until you are in an emergency. That's bad enough. You don't know what your neighbor's going to act like. You look at your nicest neighbor, they might be the worst person. You look at your meanest neighbor, they might be the ones that save your life. You just don't know. During an emergency, when things get bad enough, if you are not prepared, that's bad. If your neighbors aren't prepared, that's even worse. You are only as prepared as your neighbors are. It doesn't take long for them to find out that you have supplies. And news travels really fast during an emergency. So they literally become zombies. They come after your brains, right? They come after you because they're trying to get fed from what you have. And it becomes a little bit scary. So it's really important to find out, how can we prepare everybody around me? How can I prepare the people I care for, like my family and everything else in different states? How do I get to a point where I'm not the only one prepared, but all the people around me are prepared and all the people I care for? The cure to predicting how people will act during an emergency is easy. It's preparedness. If everyone's prepared, they act the same. If they're unprepared, then you just have no clue what's going to happen. There's 3 things that you need to do to be able to prepare for, hold on a sec. There's 3 things when it comes to helping others get prepared and preparing yourself. There's 3 things you need to do. First of all, you need to create a list of people to help, people you actually want to reach out to or have somebody else reach out to, either way. Help people get prepared the right way. And then finally, create your preparedness community so you're not alone in the situation. Let's get started with Thrive List step number 7. Okay, let's talk about creating your lists. It's really easy. First of all, list out all the neighbors and coworkers, or first of all, list out any neighbors around your neighborhood that you want to get prepared. People that you think let me just see what I said. People you would want to team up with, people that you feel would be a good addition to your preparedness community, people who won't think you're weird or crazy, but figure out who those people are. Maybe even people who you think might not even be ready for preparedness yet, but you would like to get them to that point, and I'll show you how to do that a little later. And I'll show you how to do that a little bit later. If you're taking this course for part of your work, right, you can do this with your coworkers as well. And once you get this list done, let's figure out let's list out your family, your let's list out your family, your close friends, and your relatives you also want to help get prepared, even if they don't live close to you. Did I say that twice? Family, close friends, and it should be leaders. And then finally, find out which leaders or influential people that you can put on your list, because if you can get somebody influential to help a whole bunch of other people, it goes a lot further than you trying to do it yourself. This might be an HOA president. This might be a pastor of a church. This might be the boss at your boss. This might be the boss at, this might be a boss at your work. If you can get leaders involved, if you get leaders involved, it gets so much easier. And the cool thing about it is, if you know a lot about preparedness and they actually appoint you to be the person that helps everybody else, it makes it super easy for you to get others involved and teach them what you know. Now, the important thing is, let me see if it's in there. So that's it. Wow. Okay. So for this video, I'm going to encourage you to create your list. Get that done right now before you get to the next video, and I'll see you on the next video. How to help others get prepared. That's probably one of the biggest questions I get, because people say, oh man, I don't know how to get my children interested. I don't know how to get my mom interested. I don't know how to get my best friend interested. My neighbors don't even care about preparedness. I know bad things are going to happen, but nobody else cares. Nobody even seems to want to care. And the biggest thing I see is that people use fear a lot of times to motivate people, because fear is a short-term motivator. It actually does work. People get prepared because of fear, but what happens after the fear is gone? They stop preparing. And I've seen family after family after family use this fear tactic because they see it motivates, but I talk to the kids separately, and the kids say, I am so sick of it. I don't want to talk to my parents anymore. They don't love the fear anymore. And there's better ways to do it. They just take longer, right? Fear is a short-term solution with long-term problems. Faith is a long-term solution with long-term results, right? With long-term results, right? And so faith takes a little bit longer, but it also has long-term results. The problem is that most people don't understand. Like, I speak in front of a lot of groups, and I get to feel what people I speak in front of a lot of groups, and I get to feel when people are wanting to get prepared and not wanting to get prepared. The biggest thing is, unless you emotionally, let me just do this. I'm not going to worry about that. Okay. So the point is, a lot of the people that end up motivating by fear, it's because the point is, a lot of people that motivate by fear are motivated by the reason why a lot of people motivate other people by fear is because they are living in fear themselves. And it's a really bad place to be. So I'm going to encourage you to get out of that. Throughout this whole course, I've encouraged you to get out of that. Don't be that crazy person. Don't be that person who the sky is falling every 2 seconds. Get out of the fanatics. Get out of the craziness. Get normal. And I'm going to show you how to do that in this section. The first thing you got to understand is people only believe what they're emotionally ready to believe. If I were to try to throw up on somebody, telling everybody that if I were to throw up on somebody and tell them that we're going to be bombed with a nuclear bomb next week or whatever else, if they don't believe it, all it does is just make you the enemy. It makes you, people feel negative towards you, and you don't want that. The first thing I'm going to suggest is pick wisely who you open up to. Not everybody's ready. The second thing I'm going to suggest is, if you're going to help someone get ready, take their temperature. Find out if they're even willing or interested in any of this. The way I do that is by asking probing questions. I'll give you a couple of them. I've been watching the news lately. Do you think things are going to be as bad as they were in 2020? Why is that? Right? Now all of a sudden they're telling you what their opinions are, and they might say, no, I don't think they're going to ever get that bad. Well, why do you think that? Oh yeah, I totally think they're going to get that bad. Well, why is that? And now you're getting information from them, and you're finding out, you're taking their temperature, your toes in the pool, right? You're finding out if they're even interested in preparedness before you go any further. Most people don't do this, by the way. They just start throwing up on people. I've been thinking about getting prepared for emergencies. Do you think that's a good idea, or do you think that's weird? Why? Right? They might say, oh yeah, that's totally weird. Why is that weird? Or no, that's not weird at all. How come? Like, tell me more. Right? And you get their thoughts before you get into your thoughts. You get their thoughts before you get into your thoughts. Did you see the fires in California? That's crazy, huh? That's crazy, huh? What would you do personally to prepare for something like that? I know it's good questions, right? You could do that with earthquakes. You could do that with earthquakes. You could do that with earthquakes, hurricanes, or anything else. I keep seeing social media posts about preppers and survivalists. What do you think about all that? And then you get their opinion. Oh, they're crazy, right? I think it's a good idea. Why is that? Are you more, would you be a prepper? Would you be a survivalist? What would you do? Like, what would you want to do? Right? You can ask them deeper questions. The other thing is you can always approach leaders or influencers and put them in charge and then have them delegate to you like we talked about, or have them delegate to you like we talked about. I'll do this. And I don't know if you've ever heard the I don't know if you've ever heard the line, a prophet is without honor in their own country. Sometimes I try to teach my own family and they just don't want to listen, even though I've been doing this for the longest time because they know me, right? My relatives and stuff like that. But if somebody else were to teach them, they would listen. Then they would come to me. Does that make sense? It's like raising kids, exactly. You got the idea. And that could be YouTube, it could be social media. You know, it could be a great lecturer or a friend or a book, a club, the news, this course. There's a lot of things that can get people motivated and have them break through the normalcy bias that we talked about at the very beginning of this course. And then if you're going to help people out, say you're trying to help kids or anything else out to get interested in preparedness, most people use what's called mere exposure. They just expose ideas to them over and over and over until they're used to it. Now this does work, it just takes a long time and there's faster ways to do it. I remember being at BYU when I was taking psychology, getting a psychology degree, and they taught me the idea of mere exposure. I was single at the time. They said, you want to get a girl interested in you? I'm like, sure. They said, simply sit outside her classroom every day, okay? And have her just see you as she's walking into the class. Every day. You don't have to create any emotions. You don't have to say hi. She will create familiarity with you. And eventually she'll say, you sit here every day. And then you can start building a relationship. And that's mere exposure, just exposing people to this stuff over and over. A lot of people will do that with classical music with kids, but there's a better way to do that. Okay? If you've ever looked at, if you ever heard of MTV, do you remember back in the day, music television? They used to do a thing called What's Behind the Music. What they would do is they would expose the kids to the music, but they would go one step further. They'd say, oh yeah, Bon Jovi wrote this song when they were really depressed and they're going through a hard time and broke up from his girlfriend, and they tell the whole story behind it. And all of a sudden the kids are telling that story to their friends, and their friends are telling it to their friends, and they give a whole background. So if you're going to do it, if you're going to do mere exposure, you could do it a lot better if you just give more facts. For example, you've heard of Beethoven, right? You remember he was losing his hearing? Dun 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 dun, dun 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 dun. Beethoven's Fifth. That's fate. You got fate knocking at the door. It's like dun 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 dun, right? And throughout the whole thing, it's beautiful, and then it gets intense. And throughout the whole thing, you always have those dun 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 dun, dun 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 dun, in the background, dun 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 dun, dun 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 dun. And all of a sudden you're going to go, wow, I want to go listen to Beethoven's Fifth. I want to hear how many times they go dun 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 dun, dun 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 dun, because now you know more of the story. When I was working with a youth camp, it was the biggest youth camp in the world. It was about 50,000 youth all over the place. And these people would come into this religious youth camp called EFY. And at the time, you'd have all types of kids coming in, people that were religious, who weren't religious, and everything else. But what would happen is we would get them so excited about a new idea that by the end of the week, they were totally engaged. Now I'm going to show you what I'm talking about here. How many of you have a favorite sport? Okay, what is it? Awesome. Okay, and let me ask you this. How many of you have a hobby? What is it?
Sewing.
Sewing. What else? Okay, let me ask you this. What hobby do you know the most? Sewing. Isn't that crazy? Okay, same thing with sports and everything else. It's just interesting because I'll be in front of a huge group and I'll ask them, what's your favorite sport? Soccer, basketball, whatever. What's your favorite hobby? Ba, 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 ba. Whatever it is, I can ask them the next question, what sport do you know the most? And they'll give me the same answer 90% of the time. The key is people love what they know. You expose them to different things, they end up loving it over and over. So if I were raising kids and I wanted to get them into preparedness, I wouldn't go, the sky is falling, you got to get prepared right now. I say, guys, hey, check it out. We're going to learn how to do bow drill fires outside. You want to learn how to do it? Cool. Now they know it. They're excited about it because you exposed them to ideas. Guys, we're going to can food from the garden. Let's figure out how to do it, right? Make it fun, make it exciting, and people will do it all day long. There's another along the lines of fun and exciting and everything else. I remember in that EFY, there was a bunch of punkers that came to this religious camp. And people were afraid of them. I loved it, because I didn't grow up very religious, and I totally related to them. And I got up to them, and they had the hair, and they were trying to make themselves look cool and everything else. And I went up to the guys, and I said, guys, hey, turn off the punk. Let's talk a little bit. And they're like, yeah, what's up? I said, have you ever heard of Bach? They're like, who's Bach? Oh, Johann Bach. You don't know about Johann Bach? He was the coolest guy in the world. He did this amazing music back in the day. He composed this amazing Baroque music. Oh, Baroque, haha, it's broken, right? No, Baroque, not broke, but Baroque music. It was so cool. It was like the pinnacle of classical type music and everything else. And he was the pinnacle of that type of music in that day. And he wrote this song called Jesu Joy of a Man's Desiring. And it's awesome. Do you guys want to have the Bach Busters experience? They're like, what's that? I go, so cool, watch this, okay? Everybody lie down, it was nighttime. They lied down, all of them in one room. I mean, it was just crazy. I said, okay, don't touch each other because they were so close. And I said, okay, this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna have you tighten your muscles and then loosen your muscles. And we do that from the head all the way down to the toes. Tighten, loosen, keep your eyes closed. Don't touch each other. Hey, quit touching each other. Okay, cut it out, quit laughing, listen, okay? We're gonna do this. And then I played this music for them and I put it super loud on their speakers, super loud. So it blasted throughout the whole room. And I knew exactly what was gonna happen because I'd done it so many times with other people. And when they heard the music, and I'll let you listen to a little bit if you guys want to. This is what it sounds like. Isn't that beautiful? So imagine punkers on the floor listening to this super loud. Okay? And I'm going to cut in a part of it here in just a minute where it gets a little bit more intense. And when it gets more intense, it shakes the room. Just so beautiful. This is Jesu Joy of a Man's Desiring. And because we were able to make it fun for these punkers, I'll tell you what happened next. So keep listening. So I'll switch it here. Here it comes. Can you imagine their long hair, their mohawks, they're all on the floor, sprawled on beds and shelves and everything else? Yeah, so they tightened their muscles ahead of time and relaxed. And I had them all relaxed at this point. So what happened at this point is when the music went really, really loud, at the very end, it tapered off. And when it tapered off, it just went really quiet. And even though it was screaming loud, I played the wrong one, by the way. It's supposed to be a short version of this. And I totally messed it up. But I'm going to stop it. And I don't know how to stop it. Yeah. This is going to be hard to edit in if I don't do this. Bummer. I was supposed to put in the right one and I put the wrong one in. Let's see. I know. So let's do this. Let's go to right there and Bach edit. That was the one I was supposed to play right here. Okay, that's the right one. Can you do me a favor? Would you just press this and press the play? Okay. So I'm gonna. Yeah, that's fine. Back it up. Just pause it and back it up. Awesome. Okay. So I'm going to play this for you guys. Want to hear it? Sure. Awesome. So imagine a bunch of punkers laying on the floor. We just did this tightening and loosening up exercise, right? And they're all relaxed now, not touching each other. They're on beds, they're on floors, they're up on shelves, they're anywhere they can, on desks and everything else. They're all over, just sprawled throughout the whole room. And I'm playing this loud, really loud. I mean, super beautiful. And it cuts, and I'll show you some of the more intense parts in just a minute right here. But imagine this. Super loud on the speakers. Imagine the place shaking. And because I had done this so many different times in the past, I knew exactly what was going to happen. What was going to happen is we were going to get to the very end of the music. And when we got to the very end of the music, they were all going to be asleep. And I've done this so many times in the daytime, nighttime, it doesn't matter. But they would be all asleep at that point. And so when the music ended, everything was quiet. And then I turned on the lights. And when the lights went on, guess what they did? Dude, I fell asleep, man. I didn't even know I fell asleep. That was so crazy. Thought I was still awake. Man, that was so weird. And so they said, let's do it again. And I'm like, guys, are you serious? So we did it again. When we got done with that, guess what they did? Let's do it again. And I said, guys, we got to get to bed. It's getting late. No, let's do it again. Oh, let's do it again. Fine, let's do it again. They said, after that, can we borrow it and listen to it again? I said, fine, I got to go to bed, you guys. So I gave them the music. Well, the next morning, we were all supposed to be at breakfast at a certain time. Everybody was supposed to be there, right? And all of them were missing. And they're like, oh man, they went AWOL. Where'd they go? You know, we got to go find them. We looked in their rooms and they weren't in there. And all of a sudden the thought came to my mind, oh my goodness, check the room. So I opened up that one room and I'm like, guys behind the door. And I look in, I go, guys, open the door. Guys, you got to get up. We're supposed to be. And I was like, what are you doing? They said, we stayed up all night. I said, what are you doing? We listened to Bach. And I'm like, are you serious? This is what they said. We got buzzed on Bach. I was like, you got buzzed on Bach. And that is the coolest statement I could have heard. But they ended up learning to love Bach. A group of kids that would never love Bach because they had good experiences. So there's ways of getting people interested in preparedness without alienating them. Let me see what the next is. So we're almost done. Sorry, guys. Thank you for helping me on that. Let's get this and this. So to end this video, I want you to look at every single person on your list. I want you to decide, how are we going to approach that person? What are we going to do? It might take years. It might take a day. It doesn't matter. How are we going to approach that person so eventually we can help them want to get prepared? Do that right now. Write down next to the names on that list how you would like to help them. Decide right now on that list next to those names how you're going to want to help that person just get it. And oh man, sorry, because I'm going to be recorded here. Take that list and look at every single person on there and decide how you're going to help them out. Figure it out and just go for it. Get it done. So to end this video, I'm going to have you decide. Thank you for relaxing. Thank you. Yeah, good point. Okay. Okay. To wrap up this video, I'm going to have you take every single person on your list and decide how you would like to help each one of them. Everyone's going to have a different personality. Everyone's going to have different priorities. People are going to be close to you. People are going to be far away from you. Some of them are going to be really close emotionally to you, others further away from you emotionally. Everyone's going to be different, so I'm going to have you actually put down next to those names how you would like to help them and eventually get that done. Okay? All right. Building your thrivalist community. Okay. Now we're talking about community building. Now that you figured out how you want to help individuals, let's talk about building your thrivalist community. How you can surround yourself with people to be able to have the network you need for emergencies. When it comes to communities, most people don't understand a simple fact. The truth is, when you have nobody living close to you, like some people like to do, right? They're going to go bug out to some off the world cabin and live by themselves, which actually can be good, but it also can become dangerous because you can become a target and nobody even knows you're out there. When you have nobody by you, you have no community. The more people you get around you, the more community you get. The more people you get around you, the more community you get. The more people you get around you, the more community you get. The more people you get around you, the less community you get. The more people you get around you, the less community you get. Do you see where I'm going with this? The problem is, if you don't understand that the more people, like Southern California, that you have around you, the less you're a name and the more you're a number. If you've ever heard of the study from Robin Dunbar, where you have Dunbar's number, he talks about how you can only have about 15 good friends, about 50 friends, about 150 meaningful contacts, 500 acquaintances, and about 1,500 people that you can recognize at any time. Social media has changed that a little bit, but without electronics, okay, this is basically the numbers. If you look at towns going to cities, that number is right around 3,000. My recommendation is if you can get to a smaller town like that, that's awesome, but most people can't. They live in the city. So how can you create a group of people that are 15, 50, 150, or whatever to create your community that's really tight-knit, to be able to help yourself during an emergency? So what is a community, first of all? One definition is people who live geographically close to you. But another one is near or far, whether they live close to you or further away. It's people who share a common interest or a background or a purpose that gives them some type of sense of belonging. You can have that or you can create that. When you do that, you want to pick people you trust. I'm going to give you the key to picking people you trust. You ready for this? There are 2 ingredients, only 2. This is what I hire people in my companies with, these 2 things, character and competence. And I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. If you had a child who had a disease that they were going to die from, no questions, you knew that they were going to die. They only had a few months to live. And you're searching the internet, talking to all your friends and sitting there saying, who can help my child? Who can help my child? And you're finding nothing. And all of a sudden you find a doctor 5 states away. And he has a 100% success rate in curing that disease through an operation he does. So you find out a whole bunch of people who went to that doctor and you start calling them and saying, hey, is it real? Does he really cure this disease? They say, absolutely, he does it. But I'll tell you, I hate his guts. He is so competent, but I'll tell you, he's dishonest beyond belief. He charged my insurance company things that he didn't do. In fact, he nicked my child something or other, and we have to go in every single year for another operation. But we didn't know anyone else, so we had to do it. But I have to watch my child suffer every single year, healing up, and he laughs as he gets the money, and he can care less, doesn't talk to us, doesn't ask us how our day is, doesn't want to know about our children. He just wants to get it done and get on to the next person, the next sucker, right? So we hate his guts. That has high competence, low character, right? Now, if you had the next situation where you have somebody that has the most amount of character you've ever met. I mean, this guy will work his guts out, never tells a lie, super, super, super kind. But he's never done this operation ever, never even studied it. Which one would you go to between the 2? Yeah, you'd put up with it, right? You want the child to live, right? So you'd put up with it, but you're going to hate his guts, right? But you're going to put up with it.
It'd be a hard decision because I wouldn't want to.
Let's get a microphone over here.
It would certainly be a hard
Oh,
decision.
closer.
It would certainly be a hard decision because you wouldn't want to have him do any damage. You go to him because you know he's good, but then he's not creditable, and he doesn't care. So do I really want to put him in? I don't know if I'd go to either one of them. I'd go find a third.
But what if there is no third?
Uh,
That's the big question. What if there's no third? Do you want your child to live or suffer? That's what it comes down to,
live.
right? And you have to make that decision. And that's a hard place to be. Now I'm going to give you a third option. You ready for this? There's a third doctor, and you by chance found this doctor. He doesn't have a 100% success rate. Out of 1,000 people he treated, 999 lived. One had other complications and died from what people tell you. You end up talking to a bunch of family members, the families that went through this doctor, and said, what was it like? Amazing. He not only helped with the operation, did it, but he checked on our child every year, and sent gifts and everything else. Another family says he paid for the operation. We didn't have money. He took it out of his own pocket. But he healed my child. I mean, we owe him our lives, right? Who are you going to go to? Absolutely. There's no question, right? Because of character and competence. Those are the only two things you need to trust somebody, period. So when you're building your thrivalist community, guess who you want to look for? People who have character. You don't have to look over your shoulders to wonder what they're going to do during an emergency to you and your family. And they have competence because you know they can hold their own during an emergency. They have something to bring to the table. Does that make sense? So I'm going to give you a few things to do to be able to develop your community, right? First of all, you want to get your leaders or your go-getters to take leadership and motivate. You want to figure out, number two, I'm going to do this. So there's a number of things you can do as you're building your community to do it right. The first thing is you want to form a core group. That core group are the leaders. They're the go-getters. They're the people who you know if you form that group of 2, 3, 4, 5 people, they can motivate 50, they can motivate 100. Second, you want to conduct assessments. Figure out with your group or your community what the disasters are, what the risks are around your neighborhood, what the risks are with individuals, who has physical disabilities, I can't even say it, physical disabilities or anything else that you can help during an emergency. What are the risks that you need to mitigate during that emergency? Next is create some type of common purpose and value within that community. If you have a common goal and a common vision that everybody can rally around, it's so much easier. Next, you want to foster community support. Foster acceptance, respect, understanding, support. Don't get any cliques where people are saying, oh, it's us versus you. High character, high competence, but also high acceptance, which is part of character. Next is you're going to raise awareness. You want information meetings, flyers, emails, workshops, presentations to help others know about the potential hazards and solutions in your area. And develop critical mass. The more people that get on board, the more people that follow those people. I was teaching missionaries a long time ago, training missionaries that went all over the world. And I would teach them something really interesting. I would teach them the 80-20 rule. I would tell them that 20% of you are going to create 80% of the solutions, and 20% of you are going to create 80% of the problems. But what happens to the other 60%? They follow one or the other, depending on how strong their personalities are. So the more people you can get doing good, the more people follow those people that do good, right? There's a principle of critical mass, and you want to shoot for, in your neighborhood, for example, if you're doing a neighborhood, for example, you want to shoot for 1 out of 3 houses wanting to get prepared. It's really hard to do. I've tried to do it before, but if you can get 1 to 3, that's amazing. That's critical mass. Next is create a culture of communication. Foster openness and honesty. Don't knock people down because their ideas don't agree with your ideas. Use anonymous suggestion boxes, social media groups, communicate often. Social media groups like Facebook and other things, communicate often. And create also a culture of connection. Do fun things together besides preparedness. Have a barbecue with the neighborhood. Invite people over to watch a show. Anything you can do to create some type of friendship outside of preparedness, anything you can do outside of preparedness to create friendships will make it more fun. And teamwork depends on cooperation and trust, and people trust who they know. Next is regular preparedness gatherings. Once you get your awareness going, meet regularly to keep preparedness top of mind and encourage networking and encourage people to network and practice preparedness as well. Number 10 is develop emergency plans. Obviously, you need plans to follow, plans to practice. So develop tailored, specific emergency plans for your group, meeting points, evacuation routes, meeting points, defensive strategies, communication protocols. Create personal emergency plans for their households. Have people in your group create their own personal emergency plans as well. 11, establish resource networks. You're going to want to create a database of people's skills, the equipment they have. They might have shovels, or they might have welders. They might have different things they can bring to the table, a backhoe, who knows. And supplies, including all the different types of supplies that each resident or each person in your group can contribute to the emergency. Encourage everybody to store enough personal supplies that they don't become a burden on everybody else in the group. And then, if possible, partner with local emergency management agencies that they can control. And then finally, partner with local emergency management agencies if you can to help booster up your community plans and your community preparedness as well. And then finally, celebrate achievements. When you celebrate community milestones and recognize your community members' efforts and contributions, people feel like they belong. So as the exercise for this video, I'm going to have you figure out how you will best build your preparedness community. Get that done, and I'll see you on the next video. Okay, and this is the last video before the conclusion. So this has to do with what I would recommend as far as if you're going to look for a place to live. You guys are doing awesome, and I'm going to try to run through this quickly. Thank you guys so much. I feel so horrible right now that I'm keeping you guys. Okay, you guys. I know, I do tonight. Oh. Okay. All right, this is something that a lot of people ask me on a normal basis, like, where should I live? If I were to move or if I were to build a house, where should I go? And there's a logical answer to this, and there's a spiritual answer. Okay. Go, yeah, thank you. Oh man, we'll get you water. Get you guys food and water after this if you guys want. All right, thank you. Shake, shake, shake. Awesome. Kyle, you doing okay? Awesome.
Wake up, Kyle.
Yeah, wake up. There are so many people in the preparedness community that come to me because, I've been doing this for so long, and they ask me a simple question. Where should I live if I'm going to make it through tough times during an emergency? Where should I move to? Or where should I build a house? And there's a logical answer for this, and there's a spiritual answer for this. I'll give you both. First of all, if you're going to do the logical answer, I'll give you the spiritual one at the end. You're going to want to find a place that meets your health and age concerns. Obviously, if you can't walk up a hill, don't go somewhere where there's a hill, right? If you need to be close to a hospital or doctors, make sure you do that. The next thing is look at all the potential natural emergencies that can take place there. If your place is prone to earthquakes, it's probably not a good place to be. Excuse me. Next, look at all the potential natural emergencies or natural disasters that can take place in that area. Hurricanes, earthquakes, whatever else it is. If there's a high chance of that happening, probably not a good place to build a house or to move to. The next thing is quality of life. I mean, you want to be close to family, you want to be close to loved ones. Don't move so far away that you never see them and make wherever you live just a total nightmare. Go to a place where you can actually visit your loved ones, your family and friends, and see them on a normal basis, so it's enjoyable to be at that place. So it's enjoyable to live there. I would recommend staying away from any major highways. And this is kind of the popular unpopular thing to say, right? I would tell people to go to a place that other people don't want to go to. Bad people go to good places first. If you go to a place that's not desirable, they're probably not going to go there either. So me personally, I'm looking at a place right now of building a house that's uphill in the mountains, okay, with a good community there of really good people next to a huge lake, but it's freezing during the winter, and I'm planning on building a house that can handle it. So it's not super popular, but it's also close enough to family. I'm 30, 45 minutes away from family, and it's just not a place that most people would pick. Yeah, it's actually a little bit different than Logan. If you are going to build your own, if you're going to build your own house, I would recommend that you do it in a way where you use SCIP technology or ICF or other technologies that make it so that you don't have to heat or cool your house if there's an extreme weather condition in that area. And remember the population. Remember I was telling you that you want to have it small enough that you're still a community and not big enough that you don't know anyone and they don't know you. But at the same time, if it's too small, you're going to limit yourself because you do need a variety of skills around you, like doctors, dentists, a whole bunch of different skills that if you were in a bad emergency situation, you have a farmer down the street, you have different people who can help you out. And remember, and along these ideas, those resources could also be entertainment. It could be storage or whatever else you need to be able to get the supplies you need during an emergency or before an emergency. And if you are going to move to a small town, I'm going to give you a little bit of advice. You have old residents and new residents. If you've been there for the longest time and you don't have people moving in, usually the new people are going to get rejected pretty quickly. So try to find a place where there's enough new construction or new people moving in that you're actually part of the community, or you can become part of the community because you have enough new people to connect to that can connect to the old people as well. I also like to have a lot of water around. So I look for places where I can get clean water anytime during an emergency. And this is a big one for me. John Adams said, "Our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other." It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. So the point is, if we're going to keep our republic, we have to have a moral people. And what I tell people is, whether you're religious or you're not religious, go find a religious community to be a part of. When you have a community, when you have a religious community, people pitch in to help each other more, right? I tell people, even if you're not religious, go to church. You'll meet a bunch of people there. They'll become your friends, your neighbors, and everything else. You can tell them, look, I'm not interested in joining your religion, but I want to meet good people. And they'll be totally open to that, believe me. I mean, they're probably trying to convert you and everything else, right? But they'll be totally open to that idea. I'm showing you this picture here because this is the community I live in right now, which is highly religious. Do you see that picture? Do you know what that is? Bikes, scooters, electric scooters, expensive bikes, expensive scooters, none of them locked up on a major street. That right there is the bus stop. That's where the kids leave all their stuff all day long while they're at school, and then they come back, get on it, and go home. I'm from California. Never could happen where I came from. But in my neighborhood, they don't know any different. when you're looking for a place to live, look for a good culture. Look for people who have a culture of service and care and self-sufficiency, and find a defensible location, somewhere where you can cut off the roads, or somewhere where you can make sure you can, somewhere where you can see people coming from a long distance, something that you can defend. And on the opposite note, make sure you have good escape routes at the same time. Make sure you have good escape routes at the same time. So those are the logical reasons for, those are the logical reasons to find a house. What am I trying to say? Yeah. If you're going to get a good community to be a part of, those are all the logical reasons. Now, if you're going to be in a good community, those are the logical reasons. Now I'm going to give you the spiritual answer. You ready? The spiritual answer is, if he tells you to go to the middle of the worst place in the world and you're going to die, go there. Trust that somebody knows more than you do. Trust your intuition. If you're supposed to stay in the city, stay in the city. If you're supposed to go in the country, go to the country. There's a lot of people who I will talk to them and they know they're supposed to move, but they don't want to. It's so difficult. They don't want to be away from family. They don't want to, put their house up for sale because they grew up in that house, but they know they need to move. And other people are wanting to move, but they know they need to stay exactly where they're at. Trust that if you just follow the intuition, that in the end, things will work out better than you can even expect for yourself and your family. As the final exercise for this course, I want you to consider where you're supposed to live. Maybe that's a vacation home that you go to. Maybe that's where you're exactly at right now. Maybe that's where you're supposed to be. But get that done. And I'll see you on the final video. Okay, conclusion. You ready? You guys, I can't believe this. This is it. You guys finished the course. You guys finished the course. I'm going to say, you guys finished the course. This is amazing. You got through all 7 steps. And I want to congratulate you. You didn't quit. So many people quit in courses so quickly, so easily, but you made it to the end. And I hope you feel so much more prepared. I am sure, like most of the people that go through this course, that you're glad that you stuck it out, that you did it. I'm glad you stuck it out and you did it. So congratulations and welcome as our newest Thrivalist member. That's it. Oh, I'm tired. Thank you guys for all of that. Thank you. I have two more sessions of videos I need to do later in the month, and I'll tell you what there are: sanitation and communications. So those are going to be fun ones, but those are the ones I need to do to wrap it up. So look for those. It'll be at the end of the month because I'm going to be traveling. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So I'm traveling for a little bit, and we'll do that later. So.
You're traveling with a good time.
Yeah.
Ocean or radiology or what are we going to talk about?
Oh, I closed. Turn off.